Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on cost of living relief for Canadians, standing in the name of Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves that given that 1. Canadians are facing an affordability crisis and need more than temporary relief. 2. The government's $250 Working Canadians rebate would exclude many workers and other Canadians who need it the most. 3. Le programme de 2021
3. The 2021 Conservative Party platform included a one-time GST holiday. The House call on the government to A. Permanently remove the GST from essential goods, including home heating, grocery, meals, internet and mobile phone bills, diapers, and kids' clothes. B. Expand the rebate to include all adults whose income is under the threshold and did not earn employment income in 2023, so that people like recent graduates trying to enter the workforce, retired seniors, people with disabilities, injured workers, workers on parental leave and long-term sick leave, and others in need are included.
Or that measure by putting in place an excess profit tax targeting the largest and most profitable corporations. Debate the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Here, here.
Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for sorry, I don't have it here. For Calgary Forest Lawn, if I remember correctly. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to challenge the admissibility of the motion before us and seek clarity from the Chair in relation to Standing Order 8113. I'll quote directly from the Standing Orders 8113. Opposition motions on allotted days may be moved only by members in opposition to the government and may relate to any matter within the jurisdiction of the Parliament of Canada.
Order. I can't hear what the honourable member is. He quoted a standing order. I will listen to his standing order, and I would ask members to please wait until I've had an opportunity to hear a bit more of what the honourable member is putting forward. Could the honourable member just remind me what standing order he was referring?
8113.
Thank you.
On allotted days may be moved only by members in opposition to the government and may relate to any matter within the jurisdiction of the Parliament of Canada and also may be used for the purpose of considering reports from standing committees relating to the consideration of estimates therein. I would argue that the member moving the motion, who some call the Maserati Marxist, is not eligible to do so because...
The honourable member, I would ask him to be very careful about the wording that he's using. And I would ask him to withdraw and rephrase.
I would argue that the member moving the motion is not eligible to do so.
And remember to first withdraw. Thank you.
Because, strictly speaking, the member does not represent a party in the opposition to the government. He's voted 24 times in favour of the carbon tax scam when 70% of Canadians and 70% of premiers said not to increase the carbon tax scam. He's propped up the government on every vote of confidence along the way so he can protect his $2.2 million pension.
So again, it sounds to me like it's more debate. Is the honourable member saying that they can't move a motion because they are what?
Part of the government.
Well, they are not a part of the government, and the honourable member knows that full well. So therefore, the honourable member's point of order is out of order. I do have another point of order. The honourable member of Peterborough, Northumberland. Hold on. I would just wait. I think that you need to wait till the mic is on before you want to speak, so that people so everybody can understand. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I was trying to hear my colleague, and I heard considerable disruption. I would ask that the Speaker have control of the right now. This is completely unacceptable.
And so I did rise on a number of occasions to indicate that that I was hearing the honourable member, and so I would just again ask members to please be respectful when others have the floor, and I would also ask members to please make sure that when they rise on points of order, that those points of orders are actually legitimate. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Manicouagan.
Honourable member for Manicouagan, on a point of order. Madam Speaker, this will be in line with what you just mentioned. I would like to remind that as Francophones, for us, the interpretation is slower than the spoken words, so we are not really hearing what you're saying when there's overlap, and we're not hearing the interpreter, so it's hard for the interpreter as well. So the same point of order as last Friday, not to you, of course, to Mr. Autremont, to the Speaker. I apologize, we cannot name people by their last names, so I will just ask that if you can remind the House that we also would like to participate in full capacity in the debate. Thank you. I do appreciate this point. It is that time of year that some people maybe would like more to be home than here, but as I was saying last night, I hope that everyone will be respectful and that we will be kinder in the House of Commons, especially today. Honourable member for Burnaby South.
Next time people
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the things that we've just realized.
Another point of order, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Point.
One order, please.
Speaker.
Yep.
Madam Speaker, I'm rising on a question of privilege that I've given you notice of more than an hour.
Just want to say that the honourable member for Burnaby South has started his speech. I will take the points of privilege because after the speech is done, before the questions, it has been the convention. It has been the convention of the House to allow the speech to happen, and then the questions of privilege will be dealt with after the speech. So before the questions, to the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I have one more point of order, and I hope this is not a challenge to the chair because I have made my decision. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Points of privilege take precedent over everything, and I would ask that...
As I've indicated to the honourable member, the conventions of the House is that we let the speech occur. Order. There's debate on both sides. I'm speaking right now. There is the convention of the House is that we allow the honourable member to finish his speech, and then before we get to questions and comments, and I will hear the question of privilege. The honourable member for Thornhill has another point of order.
I have a continuing point of order. The standing orders state that a question of that you should hear a question of privilege if I've given you the appropriate notice. Madam Speaker, I gave you that appropriate notice this morning, more than an hour ago, and this House should hear a question of privilege, particularly to do with
a challenge to the chair, and I've already indicated that the convention of the House is that we hear the speech, and then we come back to the question of privilege during questions and comments. I would hope that members respect that. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Here, here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It seems like the billionaire bootlickers have a concern about the fact that I'm trying to bring forward a motion that calls for tax release, because we learned that Conservatives don't want tax relief for the working class. They want it for their billionaire buddies instead. Right. Yeah. So anytime we talk about tax relief for the working class, they get upset. Yeah. And that's what you just saw right now in the chamber. We'll clip this.
I'm gonna have to. I just noticed that there was a point of order and I missed it. So the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You've referenced convention of the House. Could you cite any precedent? I've been a member for a long time, and I do follow the procedure, and I'm not aware of a single case previously where a member who has a question of privilege, especially one of the urgent nature being raised, was told that they had to wait. So if there is a convention of the House that I'm not familiar with, I wonder if you could share even a single instance previously where any member raising a matter of this nature has been told, sorry, you have to wait until the convenience of another member who isn't speaking on the matter of privilege is finished. My understanding is very respectfully that no such precedents exist. There's a requirement, I know, to provide an hour notice in advance, but there's also a requirement to raise the issue at the earliest possible opportunity. And in fact, there are cases where speakers, I'm thinking of Speaker Regan, have dismissed questions of privilege simply on the basis that they weren't raised in sufficient time and with sufficient proximity. So members are under an obligation. If they don't follow that rule, then their very serious question of privilege could be dismissed, even if it was a question of privilege deemed to have merit, simply because
Which is not going to be dismissed. The honourable member will have an opportunity to raise that during questions, before questions and comments. The question of privilege that has been put forward isn't with what's going on in the House, and it always has been a practice of this House, and I can come back to the member after on that, but it has been a practice of the House that we allow the speech to occur, and I am going to stick to that, and as I said, I will not take any more challenges to the chair. A point of order, and I hope it's not on this matter either. The honourable member for Grande Prairie Mackenzie.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is it's interesting that you've made this ruling because over the last week there's been several Liberal members of Parliament who have
indicated that I won't take a challenge to the chair on that. The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Speaker. I asking through you that the leader of the NDP withdraw his comments. You very clearly made the member for Calgary Forest Lawn do that, and I would expect that there would be consistency and he would have to withdraw his comments.
So I did quite hear what the honourable member had said because there was a lot of discussions here at this end of the chamber. I will listen to what was said and come back to the House if need be. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
And so I'll just begin from the top. We're going to make sure we clip this to show folks anytime New Democrats want to talk about a tax break for the working class, the billionaire bootlicker Conservatives get upset. They don't like.
So I would just ask the honourable member for Burnaby South to withdraw that. Again, I think that the words that are being used in this House from time to time that are directed to certain members, to individual members, is not acceptable. And I would just ask members, it is causing disorder. I would ask the member not to use that, and I would ask him to withdraw.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw the term billionaire bootlicker for the Conservatives.
Yeah.
So what?
He is not mocking me. First of all, order. The honourable member for Grande Prairie Mackenzie.
Madam Speaker, there's a tradition in this place that when the Speaker asks a member to withdraw, they simply withdraw and don't repeat the words again, Madam Speaker. Clearly, by the NDP member to disrespect the chair in this case.
So again, I certainly didn't take it that way. It is not unusual from time to time for members to withdraw with repeating the word. I would just ask members not to mention the word. That would be even better. But I would ask all members to do the same with whatever words that they use that causes disorder in the House, knowing that they know that it causes disorder in the House. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's on a separate point of order.
The Liberal lickspittle member down there needs to fully withdraw.
Again, so these types of characterization, no matter what it is, I would just ask members to stop using adjectives and maybe just speak to the issue that is before the House. The point of order, the honourable member for Peterborough South.
Thank you. I have used
Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Inappropriate term of sellout sing. I'd like to withdraw that, referring to the NDP leader.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of games being played right now, and I would just ask members to please refrain from doing that so we can get to the business of the House. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, point of order.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My conscience was prodded by the intervention from the member for Peterborough, and I may too have at some point used the term Maserati Marxist to.
We're going to shut this down right now. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to talk about the Canadian dream. This is what we want for everyone in our country. We want people to be able to find a good job, and then that job should earn you enough so you can find a home that meets your needs, that meets the needs of your family. We want to make sure that people have enough so that they can have a fridge full of groceries, and that they don't worry when they go to the grocery store about what they need. They get everything that they need for their family. They can save up enough money, maybe for a trip, maybe for a little vacation, for the treats that their family or their loved ones need. But that is not what it feels like right now. People are losing hope. They're seeing the super rich making more money than ever before, and they keep on falling behind. Canadians are doing everything right, but they can't get ahead. And it's because governments, and this government specifically, has failed to do the most important job of government, to fight for people, not the billionaires and not the CEOs. In this difficult time, it is clear that the Liberal government has let people down. Rents have doubled, home prices have doubled, their CEOs are getting huge bonuses, shareholders are getting huge dividends. And Trudeau says to leave the economy up to the bankers. Instead of choosing people, he chooses the wealthiest CEOs, corporations, and billionaires. He has shown again and again he's too weak to stand up to corporate greed. While they're raking in cash, people are drowning in bills. And what have the Conservatives done throughout this? Well, they want to pour fuel on the fire of corporate greed. Their plan is to make life even less affordable. The leader of the Conservatives wants to cut deeply and hurt people. He wants to cut from the working class to give to his CEO friends. He wants to cut health care so that it's even harder to find a family doctor. So wait lists and wait times are even longer. He wants to cut pharmacare so people don't get access to free birth control or free diabetes medication. He wants to cut pensions so seniors who are already struggling to get by are even in more difficult times. He wants to cut EI so that workers who can't find a job or can't get back to work have even more difficulty getting back on their feet. He wants to cut dental care because he's saying that seniors and kids don't deserve to get their teeth looked after. That is what he wants to do. There is a cost to the Conservatives, and people need to know this cost. He wants to cut childcare. Well, if he does that, that could cost families more than $8,000 more a year. He wants to cut the Canada Child Benefit. That would hurt families another $600 a month. There are costs to the Conservatives, and that hurts. He wants to cut from you to give to big businesses. That is what he has shown. He will let you fall further and further behind to help the very richest get even further ahead. Last week, he proved who he truly is, and the Conservative Party proved who they're truly in it for. They had no problem when they were in government to bring a $60 billion...
Sorry, I have another point of order. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
I don't believe there's quorum in the House.
I will double check, see if we have quorum in the House. It will just take a few minutes. Commissionnaire en ligne? 7? So on est correct? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have quorum. There's individuals online as well, and so they are considered to be in the House. The honourable member Burnaby South.
You get a much map down there.
Last week, the Conservatives showed us what they're really about. You know, they often talk about tax cuts. We learned that when they say tax cuts, they mean for billionaires only.
Yeah.
Because they had no problem with a $60 billion tax cut for the richest CEOs corporations, but they said no to a tax cut for the working class because they've shown us who they really are. On top of that, the Conservative leader's own campaign in 2021 that he ran on promised a GST holiday. And now he's voting against it. The hypocrisy is so blatant.
Unbelievable.
It shows you that anytime they talk about cutting taxes, they only want to cut taxes for their CEO buddies. They don't want relief for families. So what they're saying is to a single mom that's trying to buy a snowsuit for her kid, no, you don't deserve a tax cut. They're saying to a senior that maybe wants to go out to a dinner, no, you don't deserve a break. But to a CEO that runs a massively wealthy corporation, yeah, you need big tax breaks. That's what the Conservatives have sold.
Another point of order, the honourable member South Shore St. Margaret's.
In the House and online, I think you should check for quorum.
Comment est-ce qu'il y en a en ligne? Il y en a 15 ici. Il y en a 15 ici. So there was a quorum and there still is quorum. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Et où sont les blocs dans tout ça?
And where is the Bloc Québécois in all this? What is very clear is that the Bloc Québécois has shown that in this minority government situation, even when it's a minority government, they are a symbolic and useless party. Point of order, the honourable member for La Salle et Mar Verdun. My colleague knows that you cannot mention the absence of someone in this house.
Okay. Je sais pas.
I don't know what was said, but I will watch the video and I'll get back to the house. Yes, if the member mentions someone who is not in the house or someone's not being in the house,
Is not. Une minute, je vais prendre l'honorable député de Manicouagan aussi, là.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, I have been hearing these insults since earlier when I arrived.
L'honorable député, I will.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the member because
Someone else has the floor. L'honorable député de
the honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to ask you to remind the House that we should respect our colleagues. We're trying to behave appropriately, and we've been hearing insults and even threats towards our political party. This is deplorable. I'm not responsible for the fact that some people may be in the House or not, and my political party isn't either. So I would like these members to be called to order. They're continuing to heckle me while I'm speaking. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what was said, but it was clarified. It is certain, indeed. It is true that we can't refer to who is or isn't in the House, and we can't say that one or another party is or isn't in the House. There are also people participating virtually. That needs to be taken into account. That has been dealt with. Now, in addition, when someone has the floor, it is critical that they have the opportunity to say what they have to say without being interrupted. And if there were insults, I hope people will refrain from that kind of behavior. We all have a right to be respected in this House. And what the member raised as well, there was a part of what she said that was a point of debate. But if we could refrain from causing disorder in the House, that would always be better. I hope everyone here will respect each other. That way, we can have our debate, we can have questions and comments, we can have points of order and questions of privilege without being attacked in any way. The honourable member for Northumberland Peterborough South.
I heard behavior, quite frankly, that was intimidating to my colleague, and I do appreciate your admonishment, and I'll hear more of that heckling and more of that intimidation. But I
already laid the law on this here, and I'm hoping that members will.
I do believe an apology is required.
So again, I didn't quite hear what was being said. We can look at the record and see. I did indicate that there shouldn't be any insults or anything else that is being hurled at anybody. And so I will ask the clerks to come back to me with what exactly was said, because I certainly didn't hear it from this end. L'honorable député de Manicouagan, puis après ça,
The honourable member for Manicouagan, and then after that, the member for Cowichan and Malahat Langford. Yes, Madam Speaker, briefly, the threat was to counter our next Bloc Québécois Opposition Day. What was said was, we're warning you, your next Opposition Day won't go well. That's what I call bullying. Well, I didn't hear that in the House. But I will check to see if we were able to hear something.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I think today we are obviously witnessing behavior in the House from the Conservatives that is meant to disrupt the leader of the NDP's speech. And I think they are sore because we forced them to vote against women's reproductive health and rights yesterday.
I think that's more of a point of debate and not a point of order. I would ask members to please rise, when they rise, to please state the point of order that they are actually rising on. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
On the same point of order of the member for Manicouagan, while the chair, because of the heckling from the NDP House Leader, may not have heard it, I did hear the threat about the Bloc's future opposition days from that end of the House. So I can verify that when you're reviewing this issue.
I would review. Thank you very much. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
On the same point of order, Madam Speaker, a threat, not a promise, or a promise, not a threat. I just heard that in my background as well. A pattern of behavior, a pattern of threats. Again, from the Foreign Affairs Committee yesterday, the leader of the NDP threatened every member for voting and then misrepresented the motion. Same pattern of behavior, Madam Speaker.
Whatever's happening in committee, I cannot weigh on that. The committee is responsible for their own sharing of their meetings, and I would also indicate that I've already ruled, or I've already made a declaration on this. As I said, I would come back to the House, and I'll allow the debate to continue. Sorry, I have another point of order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. The honourable member. Sorry, the honourable member is not coming through, so I'm not sure if his mic is not plugged in properly. No, it's not working. He might want to try to come back on some other way. The honourable for Burnaby South can continue his debate.
Here.
So, Madam Speaker, in this debate about how to help families, where is the Bloc Québécois in all of this? They have shown that they are merely a useless and symbolic party. In a minority government, they have still shown that they can't deliver for Canadians.
So, Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Peterborough South. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The leader of the NDP just referred to the Bloc Québécois using unparliamentary language, and not only would that be the group, but also the individuals.
On that type of language all the time in this House, I think that the official opposition and every other party in this House would be taken to task all the time. Again, I would ask members to be respectful. The issue is that when you are attacking an individual per se, is where it becomes a problem, and I would just ask members to please be mindful. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
The Member of Parliament for New Westminster Burnaby is consistently telling members of Parliament in this House to sit down, trying to remove their right to speak on behalf of their constituents. I would ask you to please ask him to show respect for members of Parliament right to speak in this House. He just did it again twice and said, sit down. He is not the Speaker. If he wants to run for Speaker, he should do it.
Order. Again, I want to remind members that when someone has the floor, to be respectful, and when others rise to take the floor, they shouldn't be told to sit down or anything like that. This happens from all parties. It's not one particular party. It happens all the time, and I would just ask members to please be respectful of each other. No matter how many times we rise to tell individuals or to guide individuals, it seems that individuals still do it. The Honourable for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Yes, Madam Chair. Can I just test that it's working? I made some changes to the system. Can I raise my point of order? Am I being heard?
Yes, it's working now.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize for the technical issues. I wanted to follow up on the point of order from the member for Manickawagan. Members are presumed to be honourable members when they hear something, when they raise something. It is not the tradition of the House to say we need to wait for the video evidence. If two members contradict each other, that's another matter, but the member for Manickawagan raised an issue of a threat. Other members have heard it. No member has risen to contradict those comments or say they weren't made. So I think the traditions of the House would not be that we would wait for a tape, but rather that we would presume that with the member for the member for Manickawagan is an honourable member and has spoken truly about the threats that were made. So I think the Speaker. So
the honourable member knows full well that it is actually the practice of the House to either review the Hansards or look at videos from the House of Commons. I've been here for 16 years, and it's been being done for 16 years. So I would just come back, as I indicated, I would come back to the House unless somebody wants to rise and withdraw right away. But at this point, as I indicated, I am prepared to wait until I hear. But if someone wants to rise, that's fine too. The honourable member for. So this is the last point of order that I will hear on this. I have already ruled. So. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, a separate point of order.
This is a separate point of order, and as part of my privilege, I have the ability to raise points of order. The Speaker nor anyone can stop that. So my point is that you have the right. We have
standing order, please.
We have the right to raise points of orders in this House.
Which standing order?
I will go back and get that if that's what you desire, but. I'll come back and I'll talk a little bit about point of orders then, if that's what you want. Or we can continue with the point of order, which was a clarification.
I would ask members to please hold off. I am dealing with the issue, so I would just ask members to please hold off.
So my point of order, which was a separate point of order, which is I have the right, not for me, but for the people of Northumberland, Peterborough South, the 100,000 people that I represent, to speak on their behalf. That's why I was elected. That way I was sent here. Mine is a point of clarification.
I would ask members to please hold back. Just 1 second.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Just 1 second. Again, I would ask members to please be respectful. Somebody else has the floor. I will determine if it's a point of debate or not. The honourable member. Whoops, sorry. I think this morning I forgot to put my phone on. I know that this is something that I always tell people, and I usually don't have it on, but.
If you want me to sub, I'm more than happy to. So my point of clarification is this. You had ruled earlier that, of course, when they referred to a party as useless, that was okay because it was a party. So if I referred to the NDP as a team of Maserati Marxists...
So again, yes. Now, I think that people are just impeding on what the House will allow and what the House won't allow. So I would just ask members, they know that there's gray zones, but this has been a point, these are points that have been raised on a number of occasions, and I would just ask members to please be respectful. The honourable member for Bow River, on a separate point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through this, what has occurred here, could you please advise us to how much time the current Speaker has left in his speech?
Yes, the honourable member has 3 minutes and 49 seconds, and I'm sure that he's anxious to get through it, and I'm sure that members are anxious to get through this so that we can get to other orders. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Call. Et comme j'ai dit,
And that was, as I was saying about the Bloc Québécois, is that instead of doing things to change or to help people, they have instead often voted with the Conservative Party, for example, against dental care, even though Quebecers would have benefited from dental care. In fact, they disproportionately benefit from that program. They voted against free contraceptives. They voted against diabetes mitigation. And they voted with the Conservatives to cut assistance to Quebecers. Now, we understand that people need help. We understand that they need help immediately. That is why we have proposed our plan, which is to remove the GST on essential products, as well as monthly bills like internet, cell phone, home heating, as well as children's needs, like their clothing. So that will help people, cutting the GST on all of these products and bills. This is a concrete way to help people. And thanks to our pressure and thanks to our proposal, the Liberals gave into the pressure, but they have let people down because their proposal is not permanent and it leaves out monthly bills. So today we want to fix that.
Is to give people some real help right away. And to expand it to actually include monthly bills, like we had initially proposed. That's your cell phone bill, your internet bill, your home heating, to give people permanent relief. This is a plan that's going to give people meaningful relief right away. And it also acknowledges that we need to fix the checks. The checks right now that are being proposed will go out to someone earning $149,000, but won't go to a senior. That doesn't make any sense. And so this motion today does two things. One, it says, let's make GST relief permanent. Let's give people permanent relief.
Here, here.
And let's make sure it includes those monthly bills so that people can see some real relief. And on top of that, let's fix those checks. We're making it very clear. Our vote today in the House would make it very clear that we are saying collectively that seniors, yes, deserve some help. Those are some of the hardest hit people in our country. That people living with disabilities, they absolutely need some help. And that someone that just started working this year shouldn't be excluded because they just got their job this year. So we're calling for the checks to be expanded and the GST relief to be permanent and include monthly bills. So we have an important choice to make. You know, New Democrats have always been and will always be the party of the working class. And we have shown that very clearly recently. And the other parties have shown where they stand. They've shown that they do not stand with the working class. The Liberals have let down workers by making the GST relief not permanent, and the Conservatives have shown who they're really on the side of. That's the billionaires and the CEOs, and they're against the working class. We're going to keep on fighting to make sure people know we've got your back. Much more work is needed, much more help is needed, and we've got your back, and we're going to continue to fight for you. Thanks so much.
The Honourable Member St. Albert Edmonton, I would ask him to please hold off, and if he thinks I can't hear what he's saying, I can certainly clearly hear what he's saying. So I would ask him to please refrain. I would ask him to please refrain from speaking out. The Honourable Member for Thornhill had a point of privilege. I'm now ready to hear her point of privilege.
I'm rising on that question of privilege that I rose on earlier. And it is about the occupation that took place in the Confederation Building this week. And you probably know, and you may have heard by now, Madam Speaker, that a group of 100 protesters in an orchestrated and coordinated fashion entered the Confederation Building and undertook an occupation of that building. And while these events occurred on Tuesday, it is in the subsequent days that additional details have come to light, which I would respectfully submit as a means to my question of privilege and that it satisfies the timeliness requirement. According to the news reports published on CBC's website even on Tuesday morning, quote, the demonstration started around 8:45 a.m. and the protesters said that they would allow MPs with offices in the building to pass through the crowd, but those MPs would have to listen to demonstrators' demands on the way in. Officers of the Parliamentary Protection Service and the Ottawa Police were on the scene asking people if they had any business inside the building before letting them in. And by 10 a.m., the protesters were removed from the building where they were chanting outside. The police and the PPS members intercepted and then released 14 protesters without charges. End quote. However, in the subsequent days, Madam Speaker, additional news reports featuring additional comments and confessions by the protesters' organizers came to light. On Wednesday, Politico published a piece with an interview with a protest organizer named Rachel Small, whose goal was, quote, it was to interrupt the daily business of Parliament by not letting MPs walk through these marble hallways, end quote. The Globe and Mail...
Having a hard time hearing the member. I'm going to ask the Sergeant at Arms to go and check what's going on in the hall to see if they can quiet that down. I also want to just remind members that when we go through points of privilege, questions of privilege, the rule of the chair is to decide the matter of merits priority over all other business, which I have done, except for depending on what the House is used to. But also, we need to make sure that that it's a brief summary of what has transpired, and so that I can determine whether or not we need to move on, and whether or not others want to provide other information to this. I also just want to check. I see there is a raised hand. I'm not sure if it's a question of privilege. If it's on the question of privilege or a point of order. So the honour member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Madam Speaker, it's just to have the floor once the member for Thornhill is done on this point of privilege.
Perfect. So the honourable member for Thornhill. Sorry, another point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I just want to go back to the point you just made, that a point of privilege is supposed to be something that's of substantive. The issue here is whether or not it's being used to filibuster and interrupt
order
other members. Now, we know the person heckling me who wants women to go to backstreet abortionists, she can take her turn. The issue here is the interruption of the work of the House of Commons by the false use of a point of privilege.
I just want to remind members to please be respectful. I just want to ask the honourable member if she can get to indicate the point of order that the point of privilege, the question of privilege she has brought forward, in order to make sure that I have a full understanding of it. But again, as briefly as it should be a brief summary and not take hours to speak about. I have another point of order, sorry, the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The comment that was just made by the member for the NDP, I would like to have him apologize and withdraw that comment, Madam Speaker. It was totally out of line, totally unacceptable comment to be made in this House.
Yeah, I just asked the honourable member to withdraw the comment.
I withdraw, but they voted against.
I would just ask members to please be respectful and not add more to what they had to say. I had to do this yesterday as well. I would also ask the honourable for St. Albert Edmonton. Again, he thinks that I'm not hearing what he's saying, and I certainly do hear what he says, and so it's very problematic. And so what the issue that I raised was because when I first started the point of privilege was I should have read a document to speak about the question of privilege and how people bring those forward. And so I forgot to do that, so I just wanted to bring it forward at that point just to indicate that it is a brief summary of what has transpired. The honourable member, knowing that it's a short day, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, I've spoken for just a couple of moments to give you context, and I will not be silenced by that member about the personal safety of members of this House and his toxic masculinity in here. The thing that he accuses others of doing. But Madam Speaker, I'm going to continue on this context because it's important. And it is not only my privilege that is breached, but it is everybody that has an office in the Confederation building and those who tried to access the parliamentary precinct. And I have lots of examples of where this has been heard in this House and in committee. But on Wednesday evening, I understand it, also the Western Standard published an insightful piece on the protest. And this is where that member should be ashamed of himself. The organization the protest was supported The organization who protested was supported. The support was provided by New Democrats.
Shameful.
The article opens as follows.
Shameful.
Quote, a group of approximately 130 Jewish Canadians took over Parliament Hill's Confederation building Tuesday morning in support of Palestine, demanding an arms embargo on Israel. 3 New Democrats, the member for Edmonton Strathcona, the member for Hamilton Centre, the member for Winnipeg Centre, joined the 100 protesters occupying the lobby of that building, where members of Parliament have offices, where about 30 of them stayed outside. The article quotes later a lady named Mrs. Small. 3 MPs came down, said Small, naming 3 NDP MPs. The member for Winnipeg Centre said that she was so proud to be there. And I'm not trying to speak on her behalf, but I was very touched by that, end quote. Madam Speaker, these subsequent interviews and these things that we've read in the news later, that came to light later, since the events of Tuesday morning, which I will submit also form the basis of a breach of privilege and equally from the basis of the timeliness necessary in bringing this point of privilege forward. Right. My own parliamentary offices are in that building. In fact, they're the first door on the right when you walk in that building. And it was an effort to paralyze the workings of Parliament. Exactly. And it was essentially directed at anybody in that building. And it's hard to think that it wasn't directed at members right here or right there on the first floor. Exactly. With the protesters' true motivations only coming to light, not to mention that they were seemingly aided by New Democrat MPs. Shameful. And that's what's compelled me to rise on this question of privilege. Our own members, the members of this House of Commons, impeding the work of parliamentarians to get into their office, to have meetings in their office, to have meetings canceled in their office, to have those who come to the front door not be able to even walk through the front door of Parliament Hill. That's why I'm raising this member. The House of Commons procedure in practice states that on page 107, quote, in order to fulfill their parliamentary duties, members should be able to go about their parliamentary business undisturbed. And speakers have consequently upheld that right of the House to the services of its members, free from intimidation and obstruction and interference. End quote. The parliamentary privilege in Canada, the second edition, meanwhile, comments that on page 176, quote, no impediment should be placed on a member in going about his or her parliamentary business, whether in the House, on the way to the House, or on the way home. Indeed, Madam Speaker, Boscan-Gagnon, at page 86, remind us that, quote, the denial of access of members to the parliamentary precinct has been found to constitute contempt of the House on several occasions, end quote. It might be helpful to pause here, Madam Speaker, and recall the definition of the parliamentary precinct, which this very much falls within. It is the offices of members of Parliament. Quote, on page 163 of Mango, the parliamentary precinct is endorsed by, quote, in the parliamentary sense, the precincts are the premises of the House of Commons, the Senate, occupy from time to time for their corporate purposes. It includes those premises where each House, through its Speaker, exercises physical control to enable the members to perform their parliamentary work without obstruction or interference, end quote. That includes the Confederation building, where access was denied or meant to be denied on Tuesday morning, and then with subsequent media reports coming out after about who was involved in those protests. And it is the intention here of the NDP organized protesters, which was revealed in those media interviews, which is critical because on page 60 in Boscan-Gagnon, it explains that, quote, any conduct which offends the authority or the dignity of the House, even though no breach of any specific privilege may have been committed, it is referred to as a contempt of the House. Exactly. Contempt may be an act of omission, and it does not have to actually obstruct and impede the House or a member. It merely has to have the tendency to produce such results, end quote. And I find that, I find that piece very important, Madam Speaker. They put 100 people in the building at an entryway, and I can guarantee you They did that because they had the intention to obstruct the free passage of anyone looking to get in. Members of Parliament or those they were conducting business with. And turning back to the prohibition on obstructing and impeding members of Parliament on the Hill, Basque and Gagnon expand on this principle on page 110. Quote, in the circumstances where members claim to be physically obstructed, impeded, or interfered with, or intimidated in the performance of their parliamentary functions, the Speaker is apt to find that a prima facie breach of privilege has occurred. Incidents involving the obstruction, such as traffic barriers, security cordons, a union picket line, either impede members' access to the parliamentary precinct or blocking their free movement within the precinct, as well as occurrences of physical assault, have been found to be prima facie cases of privilege, end quote. That's on page 110. And from there, 2 further pages of the book are dedicated to summarizing the prima facie cases of privilege, which speakers have found over the past 4 decades related to members' access being fettered by protests, strikes, inflexible security arrangements. And given that those clear-cut facts of each case are an equally clear principle, Speakers' rulings on questions of privilege of this nature have typically been prompt and concise. The several reports of the Standing Committee on the Procedure and House Affairs, or from Procedure and House Affairs, which often followed, are richer in content and help us understand the issue at hand. And I would believe that it would be useful to review briefly some of those principles. In reporting to the House on two questions of privilege arising from the federal public service strike, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee explained at paragraph 15 in its 66th report presented in April of 1999, quote, one of the privileges of members of the House of Commons is a right to unimpeded access to Parliament and the parliamentary precincts. Exactly. And members are entitled to go about their parliamentary business undisturbed and cannot be prevented from entering the chamber or a committee room of a parliamentary proceeding. This privilege can be traced back to at least the early 18th century. The 18th century. And this is part of the heritage of all legislative bodies that trace their origins back to the British parliamentary tradition. It is based on the preeminent right of the House to the attendance and service of its members, and any obstruction of members constitutes a breach of privilege and a contempt of the House of Commons, end quote. In the same committee, following a different question of privilege, it is said in the 21st report presented in the House in December of 2004, quote, the denial of access to members of the House, even if temporary, is unacceptable, and it constitutes contempt of the House. Right. Members must not be impeded or interfered with while on the way to the chamber or when going about their parliamentary business. To preempt this, it would interfere with the operation of the House of Commons and undermine the preeminent right of the House to service of its members, end quote. The report, Madam Speaker, was concurred in the House on May 17th, 2005. The Procedure and House Affairs Committee later wrote, this time in the 26th report in May of 2012, quote, as a part of parliamentary privilege, members of the House of Commons have the right to unimpeded and unfettered access to the parliamentary precincts and are entitled to go about their parliamentary duties and functions undisturbed without any form of interference. Right. Parliament Hill, and most notably Centre Block and the Peace Tower, represent for Canadians the physical embodiment of our parliamentary democracy, and as such, the grounds of Parliament Hill have become the preferred site of individuals and groups for peaceful gatherings and manifestations. The Canadian values and culture, as embodied notably in the in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms encourage rather than deter such exercise of fundamental rights of expression and association. And the symbolism of Parliament Hill has, however, made it a potential target for those with malicious and illegal intentions, and to the security posture on Parliament Hill, therefore must be adjusted to meet those threats. End quote. You will recall, Madam Speaker, that the Globe and Mail's comment about Madam Wasser that I quoted earlier, who, quote, said in an interview that the Confederation building was chosen for the protest because it is a building where many parliamentarians conduct their business, and protesters wanted to bring that usual business on Parliament Hill to a halt. And going back to that 2012 report of the committee, it restated the obligations and expectations of access to Parliament Hill, including the observation, quote, first, members of the House of Commons should not, in any case, be denied or delayed access to the Hill or the precinct. That is exactly what happened on Tuesday morning, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I just want to remind the member she is repeating a lot of what she has already said, and I just want to remind the member that we expect members to be brief in bringing new information to the matter at hand, or to discussing the matter at hand, and when they're starting to get repetitive, then, you know, I'm going to have heard enough, and I want to allow others to who have risen on this here, but I do want to just indicate that Speaker Scheer in April 30th, 2012, and also Acting Speaker Devlin, June 13th, 2012. I can also quote Assisting Deputy Speaker Anthony Rhoda, all who have indicated that the Speaker has a right to terminate that discussion, and that it does not mean that any member rising on the question of privilege has unlimited time on the floor. I just want to remind the member to please be brief with anything else that she wishes to add. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, I'm talking about a serious issue where the security of members and the breach of privilege of members of this House would have occurred. And I've brought you multiple examples from multiple different reports and different rulings and different reports within the Procedure and House committees. And I'm stating those in order to provide you with the maximum context for you to be able to rule on this question of privilege. A question of privilege that impeded members of this House, your own colleagues, Madam Speaker, from doing their work, entering their offices, having meetings, and potentially having their safety breached in this place. And I would expect that members of this House would take that seriously, because if this is not a question of privilege, I'm not sure what is.
Exactly.
But similar points have also been made, and sometimes word for word, by this committee. And I'll state another report, the 34th report. It was presented in March of 2015. Another one in the 34th report, this time presented in 2017. In responses to the 2015 question of privilege, where concerns were raised about a 74-second delay for a shuttle bus, truly rose to a case of a prima facie breach of privilege. So if a delayed bus was found to be a breach of privilege, then I'm not sure how 130 people sitting in the lobby impeding access to members of Parliament, members of this House, to enter this place, do their work, enter their offices, and feel safe. I'm not sure why you wouldn't be able to hear that as a question of privilege in its entirety.
Now, the honourable member seems to be challenging the chair on what I have just said. As I've indicated to the member, there was some items that she was bringing forward that was repetitive, and I just wanted to let her know that, you know, the orders of the procedures is that the honourable members, when they present questions of privileges, they're all important questions of privileges, and that the summary be as brief as possible, because there are other members as well who want to weigh in on that. And so again, the point of order, the honourable member for Grand Prairie, Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it was inadvertent, but the Honourable Speaker used the proper name of a sitting member of Parliament when quoting the former Speaker. I'm wondering if the Speaker wants to clarify the rules with regards to naming the proper name of currently elected members of Parliament.
And corrected, I shouldn't have used his name. I should have just used his riding of Regina Capel. The honourable member for Thornhill. We'll have to start over. We'll have to continue after the orders of the day here, which is we're going to statements by members. Déclaration de députés.
Statements by members.
Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, this government has utterly failed to protect our families, our communities, and our nation from extremism. Their inability to curb terrorism and secure our borders is not just a lapse, it is a betrayal of its fundamental duty. To be specific, IRCC bears significant portion of the blame. Take the recent arrest of a father and son in Toronto before they could execute an advanced stage terrorist plot. The father was in an ISIS video hacking at a prisoner's arms with a sword and yet still given citizenship. Madam Speaker, the government's inaction has created a dangerous vacuum. Their failures have forced civil society, religious leaders, and peace-loving Canadians to stand up. I'm proud to join in these efforts and was honored to assist in the announcements of Toronto as the Global Imams Council Western Headquarters and bear witness to the signing of the Ottawa Declaration. Madam Speaker, I stand with the GIC and all who refuse to bow to hate. The government's abrogation of its duties to protect Canadians must stop. If this government will not act, then we will. Our people deserve better.
Honourable for St. John Rossi.
Madam Speaker, I, like many in this House, was elected in 2015, and for 9 years and over 1,200 nights away from home, I have fought for the constituents of St. John Rossi in this place. I have only been able to do so because I am lucky enough to have the unwavering support of my family. We all know that being away from our families can take its toll. It's what we signed up for. But we know we would miss milestones and memories. Our families, however, did not necessarily sign up for this life. So to our families, I would like to say thank you. I am lucky enough to have my wife Denise, my son Connor, and his partner Anna here visiting Ottawa this weekend. They are up in the gallery. I would also like to thank my son Christian, his wife Emma, and our beautiful new grandchild Jude. Without their love and encouragement, I couldn't do what I do, and I know that all of us in this place would not be here if it was not for our families.
And I'm sure the honourable member, it was a slip, but he knows he's not to mention who might be in the galleries and who's not. The honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every word spoken in the House of Commons is recorded, transcribed, edited, translated, and published to the highest standards of a long and proud Hansard tradition. For 8 parliaments, Bruce Young has been the chief caretaker of these words. And today we celebrate his accomplishments as he will soon retire after 26 years in the House of Commons. Chef de publication parlementaire depuis 21
Leader of the parliamentary publications for 21 years, Bruce has a great team, and they've been able to overcome many challenges despite everything happening in our world. The Hansard is on our offices, on our tables at 6 a.m. every morning. So he has published more than 2,600 Hansards, and more than 22,000 committee meetings were inscribed in these. And the first speech in Indigenous language was recorded in these, and as well as the same hybrid.
His team to achieve the impossible on a daily basis. He will be missed, but we wish him a happy retirement, playing hockey, chopping wood, and above all, spending time with family. Yeah.
And I'll take this moment to wish Bruce a happy retirement as well. The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, I hosted the meeting of the Global Network of Women Legislators in Defence, Security and Peace Portfolios, or WLID, here in our Parliament, where we heard from Ukrainian MPs about being legislators in a time of war including having an app that tells them when to leave the chamber and go to the bomb shelters. Their courage was inspiring and also reinforces our own determination to support Ukraine. Several years ago, I realized that there were very few women in defense or security portfolios globally, and I established WLID, which began as an informal WhatsApp group to what is now a global network with a secretariat, members on every continent, a website, and new co-chairs from Ukraine and Zambia. The network provides a supportive space to share strategies on how to overcome gendered stereotypes and barriers in this sector, and share strategies and ideas for legislators. I look forward to seeing the WLID network grow, including from members in this House and the other place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Madam Speaker, on November 30th, 2024, I had the chance to be a part of a historical event for Canada. This event, 154 years in the making, was the Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty with the Government of Canada. I would like to congratulate Manitoba Métis Federation President David Chartrand, his staff, and community for their ongoing dedication to the Métis people and for ensuring this historical event happened. During his speech, President Chartrand acknowledged that Canada was a place where we can face challenges and come to terms with the mistakes of the past and move forward in a positive way, forging a new history for future generations. Words I hope all Canadians can appreciate as we stand together on the correct side of history. On behalf of my NDP colleagues, I was honored to bear witness to this historic signing, and I hope that we can count on my fellow parliamentarians to commit to ensuring the treaty receives royal assent swiftly in the House. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Madam Speaker, this week we celebrated Yukon Days on the Hill, an incredible event that brings the vibrant spirit of the North right here to Ottawa. We gathered parliamentarians, First Nations chiefs and the Grand Chief, the AFN regional chief, leaders from the Yukon government and other distinguished guests from the territory. Yukon Days is a unique opportunity to dive into meaningful conversations about the priorities and issues facing our territory. The week is indeed a testament to our spirit of collaboration and innovation. The Yukon is a place that leads with vision and determination, essential qualities for tackling the complex challenges we face and for building a stronger, more inclusive Canada. Madam Speaker, this very morning we announced Canada's new Arctic foreign policy. What better way to round out an extraordinary week for our territory? As a Member of Parliament for the Yukon, I'm thrilled to showcase the resilience, culture and leadership of our Yukon communities. Together we're ensuring that the Yukon's voice resonates around this great country. Thank you, merci. Ganalshish, Shonathan, Soglasina, Masicho, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, Reverend Peter Barrow passed away at age 92. Beloved husband of Carol, devoted father of Trish, Jane, and Maggie, and cherished brother to Margaret, Reverend Barrow served as minister of Knox Presbyterian Church in Georgetown and Limehouse Presbyterian Church in Limehouse for 32 years. A lifetime member of the Masonic Lodge, Reverend Barrow was Georgetown Citizen of the Year in 1974. He was a founding member of the Georgetown Highland Games. He was involved in the Royal Canadian Air Cadets and the Rotary Club and served as Padre of the Georgetown and Acton branches of the Royal Canadian Legion. He was ever present at the remembrance ceremonies in Halton Hills, at the cenotaphs in Glen Williams, Georgetown, and Acton, helping all of us remember. We extend our heartfelt sympathies to his family. May he rest in peace.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. As a Member of Parliament for Ottawa Centre, the revitalization of downtown Ottawa is a big priority for me. The pandemic, the occupation of downtown Ottawa has taken a significant role on the core of our city, and that's why I worked with businesses and community to establish a downtown Ottawa revitalization task force that has produced a lot of recommendations for all three orders of government to revitalize the core of our city. And I'm really proud that the recommendations that were outlined in that report are being implemented. For recently, for example, Speaker, we invested over $300 million to build 210 affordable housing through Dream LeBreton right in the downtown core. Just yesterday, we announced nearly $9 million to rejuvenate Bronson Center, which is a arts and community hub in our downtown core. Also, through the support of FedDev Ontario, we'll be opening a new tourism office around Elgin Street. And through advocacy, Ontario government is also putting forward $20 million to rejuvenate our downtown core. I will continue to keep working with City of Ottawa and other levels of government to make sure that
the honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Madam Speaker, today marks the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, a day to honor the memory of 14 women tragically murdered in the 1989 Polytechnique Montreal massacre, and so many more since. In Canada, a woman or girl is killed every 48 hours. In Peel Region alone, police responded to over 16,000 incidents of family and intimate partner violence in 2023. That's 44 disputes every day, almost 2 every hour. And that's just what gets reported, not counting the silent. This violence against women goes beyond physical harm. With the rise of online platforms, harassment now includes trolling, hacking, and doxing. This systemic violence heavily affects marginalized women, Indigenous, racialized, and those with disabilities. We must break this cycle, and we must listen to and amplify survivors' voices and strengthen support systems for those affected by violence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
The community of Falkland and the entire rodeo community has lost a champion. One of Canada's longest-running rodeos, the Falkland Stampede, will be missing the voice of Merv Churchill next year. At the age of 14, Merv was already deep in his passion for rodeos when he organized a barn dance to raise money for new corrals for the rodeo grounds. Merv was a champion bull rider at the 1961 Falkland Stampede, but gave up that short career to become the long-term manager of the Stampede. His wife Dot was always nearby, as was his family, and he also loved his community. The Canadian Pro Rodeo Association honored Merv as Committee Person of the Year in 1982, and he was inducted into the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame in 2013. In fitting fashion, a celebration of life will be held outdoors at the Falkland Stampede grounds December 14th. And as Merv would say, dress warm. It could be colder than a well digger's out there.
L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Montmagny-Lisée, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. The Bloc Québécois has betrayed the interests of Quebecers by blindly supporting $500 billion in inflationary spending by this Liberal government. As crippling inflation is crushing Quebecers, grocery, housing, and heating costs have skyrocketed. Our families and businesses are in crisis, and all the while the Bloc, instead of defending the interests of Quebecers, supports all the irresponsible spending of this Liberal government. It's time for this Bloc Liberal government to stop picking on Canadians. Quebecers deserve better than a government that has no sense of responsibility for taxpayers' money. Canada needs a strong Prime Minister leading a common-sense government that will bring back fiscal discipline and purchasing power to Canadians. There's only one thing to do: go to the polls. The Conservatives are here. They're working for Canadians, not against them. Canadians are ready for a Conservative government. We are going to restore Canada's promise. Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Madam Speaker, today marks the 35th anniversary of the École Polytechnique massacre. I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the 14 young women who were tragically murdered by a man who hated them simply for being women. Women who had the audacity to pursue their educations. They were aunties, mothers, sisters, daughters, and friends. 35 years ago, misogyny stole the lives of these intelligent, talented, beautiful women, and violence against women has continued in Canada every day since. We see it in the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, where the rate of homicide against Indigenous women is 6 times higher than the rate among non-Indigenous women. We see it in the steadily rising rates of intimate partner violence, where 4 out of 5 victims are women. We see it on our social media, where men fill the comment sections with taunts of "your body, my choice." Madam Speaker, many MPs have spoken in this chamber on this topic, yet the epidemic of violence against women rages on. Anti-feminist movements are on the rise globally, and we must state unequivocally that this hatred has no place in Canada. Now more than ever, we must take urgent action against misogyny and stand together in support of women and girls. Je me souviens.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Madam Speaker, imagine you're a CFO of a billion-dollar enterprise, and when the fiscal year ends, you refuse to disclose the assets, the liabilities, the revenue, and then you ask to borrow billions of dollars more for next year. That is exactly what these Liberals are asking of Canadians, asking for billions of dollars without disclosing the numbers. This government's own budgetary watchdog said the Liberals will likely not meet their fiscal commitments. That means more deficits. That means more inflation for Canadians. When will this government live up to its obligations of transparency and fiscal accountability, stop covering up their financial mess, and just release the numbers?
The honourable member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we commemorate the École Polytechnique tragedy, which happened on December 6, 1989. 35 years ago, 14 women were brutally murdered simply because they were women. This feminicide had a profound impact on our society and reminds us of the importance of fighting against violence against women and hate speech. We honor the memory of the victims and support their families and survivors. This somber anniversary prompts us to reflect on the progress made and the work that remains to be done to build an egalitarian and safe society for all women. As parliamentarians, we have a duty to strengthen laws to prevent such tragedies, to support education and awareness-raising initiatives, and to firmly denounce any act of violence. May this tragedy, despite its pain, inspire us to act for a better future. Thank you, and we will never forget you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Madam Speaker, more than 3 decades has passed since the tragic murder of 14 women at Montreal's École Polytechnique on December 6, 1989. This abhorrent act of violent misogyny prompted Parliament to declare this day as the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. Today, Madam Speaker, we honour the lives of Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daignon, Anne-Marie Edward, Maude Havionik, Maurice Lagunière, Maurice Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Anne-Marie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcot, and Barbara Kushnik-Vidiavich. As we grieve this tragic loss, we renew our dedication to combat the hate that fueled this dreadful event. Women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals across Canada and globally still face unacceptable violence and discrimination. We must unite to end gender-based violence today and every day.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. The North Shore is a land of excess, beauty, and riches, but its nature can also be merciless. That is why it also produces being souls made to measure. In fact, before winter whitened our forests, Mr. Jean-Guy Carrier was paddling one of our thousands of lakes with his son-in-law when their boat capsized. The two men tried to get to shore, but Mr. Carrier couldn't swim. Yet it was his son-in-law's body that fatigue was dragging to the bottom of the lake, and it was Mr. Carrier who, with the incredible strength that only love can instill, pulled his son-in-law to shore. He was unconscious and not breathing. Mr. Carrier set about resuscitating him and gave him back his breath, his life. Mr. Carrier, I'm among those who believe that your gesture is one that should inspire us. Our world needs kindness, and your heart, Mr. Carrier, is cut right out of the size of our North Shore. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
The NDP leader says he's fighting for Canadians, but his actions speak louder than his empty promises. After 24 votes in obedience to this Prime Minister to hike an inflationary carbon tax, hike grocery bills, and record-breaking food bank lineups, all to protect a 2.2 million pension, the luxury Maserati Marxist doesn't come cheap. Consumer Affairs says Maserati upkeep is a, quote, significant expense. It goes on to say, it says you can expect per year cost to rise every year for the first 4 years. Does that sound familiar? Maserati expenses are 3 times the cost of a worker's car. Exotic suite rides, luxury fake Rolex, U.S. private schools, and luxury $200 rocking chairs that could pay a month's rent. The NDP leader helped double housing costs, drive up crime 50%, and families will pay $800 more next year for food. His vote comes cheap, his leadership comes cheap, but his pension sure doesn't come cheap. Canadians need tax relief now instead of more NDP leadership. On Monday, he has the chance to stand up for Canadians. How will he vote?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke.
Candles, roses, 14 beams. Masculinity, virility, harassment, and violence and hate. Today marks 35 years. 35 years ago, 14 women, full of promise and ambition, lost their lives at the hands of a man in a tragic anti-feminist act. We must not obscure the true dimension of this act. These leaders of tomorrow were robbed of their future, but their memory compels us to act. That is why we have taken robust measures regarding so-called assault-style firearms, including yesterday's expansion of the list of models that are banned in this country. Women are strong and courageous. Their safety and freedom must be defended. Being a feminist means having the social will to improve the situation for all women. It is a project of equality for all individuals. Tonight in Montreal, 14 beams will light up the sky, and we will remember, and we will not give up the fight. Today, these 14 women are no more, but the pain still exists. So does the urgency of fighting violence against women.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, there's snow on the ground and it's pretty cold in the capital, and Canadians from coast to coast are putting up Christmas trees. But the finance minister is stuck in fantasy land, somehow still thinks it's fall. She's weeks behind on delivering the fall economic statement to this House and to Canadians. The parliamentary budget officer says that this minister blew past her deficit reduction targets, adding more inflationary spending and crippling debt that Canadians will have to pay. But we don't know for sure because she's nowhere to be found. So when will the finance minister tell Canadians just how much money she spent?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, we look forward to answering our colleagues' questions, but I do feel it's important to recognize the gravity of this day. It is the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, and 35 years ago, 14 women's lives were cut short in a brutal act of violence at l'École Polytechnique, killed simply because they were women. Gender-based violence must not be tolerated in this country, and we all have a role to play in ending it.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, Conservatives on this side of the House stand in solidarity with all of the victims' families on this tragic day. My question, however, was about the finance minister and the fact that she is hiding today. She's hiding. She hasn't hidden the fact that she's doubled Canada's debt. She gave us the highest inflation in 40 years, and she delivered the lowest projected growth of any advanced economy. Right. She's trying to hide the truth for Canadians. So I will ask once again, if she doesn't want to come clean, can anybody on that side of the House tell us exactly how much Canada's deficit is this year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, we'll put our record up against the Conservatives any day of the week and twice on Sundays. Let me quote from a former governor of the Bank of Canada, David Dodge. He said, because it was obsessively focused on reducing the federal deficit over fiscal years 2011 and 12 through 2015, the Harper government unnecessarily contributed to a slower, rather more muted recovery. So while Conservatives slowed down our recovery, we have accelerated our post-pandemic recovery and are now on track to have the highest growth rate in the G7. That's in addition to Canadian work.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, if that minister wants to put his money where his mouth is, he should call a carbon tax election and let Canadians decide. The finance minister Minister, however, is going to have to find another job after the next election, and maybe she'll find out that you can't turn in your work that's been overdue. It's something that we learn in grade school, and she must have skipped that day. Her government lost control of our borders. They've lost control of immigration. They've clearly lost control of the deficit, too, and they're trying to cover up their tracks. Yeah. So I will ask again, for those in the back, and I will say it slower, what is Canada's deficit this year?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Let's just review, Madam Speaker, the Conservative track record on affordability. So they will not support feeding hungry kids healthy meals at school. 400,000 more kids, they say, no, we don't want to feed you. They will not support a GST break over the holidays on food, toys, and other essentials over the holidays. They say, no, we won't support a GST cut for Canadians. They also won't lift a finger to fight climate change, which is cited in the report as being the greatest driver of food price inflation. When will they get on side with Canadians and actually support...
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Madam Speaker, the Liberals have not even tabled an economic statement this fall. The Parliamentary Budget Officer was very clear. Our 2023-24 financial audits have not even been tabled. It's a historic lack of transparency in the history of our country. Canadians deserve to know how high the deficit is for this fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2024.
Merci, Madame Présidente. Je veux remercier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. As he very well knows, our government has been investing to increase the number of jobs throughout the country. And today, there's some good news. There are 51,000 new jobs for Canadians.
It's going to help grow the economy. That's going to help transition into a modern economy. That's going to build the homes Canadians need. And importantly, provide the support to the families who are dealing with a higher cost of living. It's a shame that the Conservatives, every step of the way, oppose these measures.
L'honorable député de Lévis-Lobinière.
The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, twice this government voted to keep this bad government in place. And yet, this government doesn't even seem to be able to cap its inflationary deficit at $40 billion, which is leading to an increase of $800 in grocery costs for the average family in 2025, which means that now children are having to ask Santa for basic necessities of life. Canadians want to know, how high will this inflationary deficit be? The Honourable Minister. Honestly, it's very difficult to accept this question when this very week the member had an opportunity to vote to reduce taxes on food, but he voted against that. He will have in the near future another opportunity to vote on programs for school lunch programs throughout the country. I wonder if he's going to vote against that once again. Madam Speaker, in this House, we need to support families and communities. But at every possible opportunity, the Conservative Party votes against that. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, the National Assembly of Quebec has unanimously asked the federal government to repeal the religious exception in the Criminal Code, which enables hate speech to be proffered on the basis of faith. Religion is no excuse for hate. We might think that everyone agrees about that, but on Wednesday, the Liberals blocked a motion to defend that simple principle. And yet, the Minister of Justice says that he wants to fight hate speech. So what does he have to say to his colleagues who want the federal government to protect religious extremists who are inciting violence? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Inaudible for the interpreter. Madam Speaker, what I can say is that on this side of the House, we are for any effort to fight hate, especially the increase in anti-Semitism that we're seeing in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. We want to work together to improve a piece of legislation that's already in this House. Bill C-63, the Online Harms Act, we're very happy to work with the Bloc to improve and pass that bill. The Honourable Member. Well, the National Assembly of Quebec wants to get rid of this religious exception, but in Ottawa, there are some MPs who want to protect hate speech and the religious exception. In Quebec, we're defending social peace and solidarity, but in Ottawa, some want to sow division and violence. In Quebec, we defend secularism, but in Ottawa, some people are defending the right to commit crimes in the name of religion. This is ridiculous. Religion is no excuse for crimes. What is so hard to understand about that? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we have a national strategy to fight hate, as well as Bill C-63, which addresses online radicalization, where many of these problems begin. And then after that online radicalization, we often see real-life hate and crimes. We also know that this bill, our online harms bill, will address the same section of the criminal code as the one referenced by the Bloc Québécois bill, and we're happy to work with them on this.
Burnaby Sid.
Liberals and Conservatives have a choice. Will they support Canadians in real cost of living relief, or will they just keep letting Canadians get ripped off? The NDP is forcing a vote in this House to permanently scrap the GST off of all family essentials and have the rebate be extended to seniors and students and people with disabilities. It's time for Canadians to come first, not the profits of ultra-rich corporations. So will the government support our plan, the NDP plan to help Canadians put food on the table and keep a roof over their head?
I just want to say I introduced the honourable member as a different riding, so it's New Westminster Burnaby. I'll correct that in the record. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's great to see the NDP getting behind a tax break for Canadians over the holidays on essential goods at the grocery store, kids' toys, Christmas trees, everything that will make this holiday season a little bit more merry and bright for Canadians. It's too bad the Conservatives won't stand up to do the same. Especially given the fact that they campaigned on this in the last election. It's truly the height of hypocrisy, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure when Conservatives will get on board with actually supporting Canadians.
The honourable for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Madam Speaker, everyone should be able to afford a good home and to save for a rainy day. But people in Nanaimo, Ladysmith are struggling. They need permanent, not temporary relief. The Conservatives are a threat to this relief for those who need it most. They only want to get tax breaks for billionaires while everyday Canadians pay the price. And the Liberals have clearly let Canadians down. Will the Liberals give people in Nanaimo, Ladysmith the break they need to permanently remove GST off essentials? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, it's clear that the Liberal Party of Canada and our government believes in giving Canadians a break over the holidays. That relief will certainly save families money over the holidays. Much needed relief after the struggles that many workers and Canadians have gone through over the inflationary pressures that they've felt over many months. It's too bad that the Conservative Party of Canada just will not step up and support Canadians. They've obsessively harped in this House about giving Canadians tax breaks, and then when the opportunity arises, they will not step up to actually support Canadians.
The honourable member Niagara Falls.
Speaker, after 9 years of this failed NDP Liberal government, more and more Canadians are going hungry. They see the Liberal 2-month tax trick for what it is, nothing more than a lump of coal in their Christmas stockings. Exactly. 1 million people are visiting a food bank each month in Ontario, and in Niagara Falls, 120 families per day on average are visiting Project Share, our local food bank, because they cannot afford groceries. When will this NDP Liberal government axe the carbon tax to provide the permanent broad-based tax relief Canadians need and deserve?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I've got some good news to share with that member, because just a few weeks ago, we signed an agreement with the province of Ontario for our national school food program. This means an additional 160,000 kids this school year will have access to healthy food at school. This is help for parents in a stressful and affordable or expensive time. And it ensures that kids can focus on being kids and can focus on learning
When will the Conservatives get on side and support these measures for families?
Member from Niagara Falls.
Speaker, a 2-month Liberal tax trick does not provide the broad-based permanent tax relief Canadians need. And sadly, they plan to raise the carbon tax again next year. 1 in 7 residents in my community of Niagara Falls have visited Project Share. Almost 5,000 residents visited for the first time last year alone. Wow. Canadians need our help. They need permanent, broad-based tax relief. When will this government finally call a carbon tax election so we can scrap the tax?
The Honourable Minister.
I'd like to remind that member that the last time that they were in government, that the poverty rate for children was 16%, Madam Speaker. We have lifted hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty, and the single most effective measure in doing that is the Canada Child Benefit, ensuring parents have support each and every month to be able to afford the essentials for their family. And guess who voted against it? Guess who vows to dissolve it, Madam Speaker? The Conservatives.
Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, Madam Speaker, the first thing a government has to get right is the basics. For Canadians, that's food and shelter. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, these costs are way up. Housing costs have doubled. Even more basic food costs continue to escalate, and food bank usage is up 90%. Let them eat cake is not an effective strategy. Escalating deficits are the root cause of inflation, and this government still does not get that. Reality is landing on the plates of Canadians. When will this government take a lesson and stop its economic mayhem?
The Minister.
My colleague points to food and shelter as pressure points for Canadian households. I actually agree, but let's actually look at what the different parties are proposing to do about it. First, on food, he's complaining about the high price when he literally is voting against a tax break on food. He's literally opposing a national school food program which is helping hungry kids eat. Madam Speaker, when it comes to shelter, his own city is benefiting from hundreds of millions of dollars in investments directly to build homes more quickly, and he is supporting a leader who vows to cut that program. I won't take lessons from the Conservative Party, who cuts the very programs that put food on the table for families.
Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This member keeps trying to talk about putting Band-Aids on the wounds his economic policies are causing. But step one is to reverse inflationary policies. Cancel the carbon tax that it hikes the price of food, fuel, and rent. Food inflation has skyrocketed by over 36% over the past 8 years. Higher deficits lead to higher inflation and a weaker Canadian dollar, leading to more inflation. This spending isn't free. Just ask the 2 million Canadians lining up at food banks. Time is up. When will this Prime Minister call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister.
It is hard to understand how a member whose city is receiving $228 million for housing considers that to be a Band-Aid solution. Does he think it is a Band-Aid solution that we are helping his city lead the country when it comes to converting office spaces to homes for Canadians? Does he think it is a Band-Aid solution that we are advancing a permanent program that's going to feed hungry kids in school? I have great respect for that honourable member. I love the city that he calls home, as it once provided a home to me. But it is difficult, once again, to accept questions on the cost of food and shelter from a member in a party who opposes the policies that make it easier to put food on the table for families and keep a roof over their head.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lisle-Kamouraska Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, after 9 years of this Liberal government, the cost of living is unbearable. Canadians are living through an unprecedented crisis. And yet, what is the Bloc Québécois doing? It's betrayed Quebecers. It has voted for $500 million in spending. And this year, more than 33,000 Quebec children are asking for heartbreaking gifts at Christmas, like a winter coat, a lunchbox, or even a home for their family. In a country like Canada, this is shameful. Can the Liberal Bloc give Quebecers a break and stop supporting this Liberal Prime Minister who is constantly making people poorer? The Honourable Minister.
Member for the question. When I am out and about in my community talking to parents, I recently had a conversation with Olivier, who just had their fourth child, and he shared with me the impact of the Canada Child Benefit for his family. He shared with me the impact of affordable childcare, enabling both of them to go back to work. These are meaningful measures that we have taken to address affordability for Canadians, in which we continue to see the Conservatives oppose.
L'honorable député de Montmagny.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister's inflationary spending, supported by the Bloc Québécois, is crushing Canadians. Today, when Quebec children write to Santa, they are asking for heartbreaking items. Hundreds are asking for mittens and winter coats. It is horrifying. This should not be happening in a country like Canada. When will this Liberal bloc stop harming Quebec families like this and stealing our children's dreams? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are hearing that we need to help families with affordability. That's why we've stepped in to help our children with school lunches and school meals. We've brought in a GST break. The Conservatives could vote with us on that. They could be telling their constituents who are suffering over the holidays that they will be supporting them. But on the contrary, they did the exact opposite. They voted against all these measures for our kids. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Madam Speaker, the federal government doesn't even seem to know if our veterans are dead or alive. Imagine 2 veterans discovered that the 2 sculptures have been made of them in a monument to honor veterans who have died in combat in Ontario. And out of 67 people in the monument, 12 of them are alive, and 4 of them never even served. A complaint was made, and their names have been removed from the plaque, but their image is still on the sculpture, standing among the dead. Will the minister finally get rid of this sculpture and apologize?
Employment, workforce development, and official languages.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for raising this issue in this House. I can confirm the department has not provided funding to this specific project, and the VAC was not asked to validate the list of names featured on the memorial. That said, Veterans Affairs is in touch with the organization to rectify the matter, and we will. The Executive Director of Trees for Life has said this issue is a major priority to get this rectified, and we expect that this will be done swiftly and without delay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Madam Speaker, they don't even seem to know what they spent money on or not. No one seems to have checked what the $2.9 million in 2019 was used for, even after the monument was unveiled in 2022, and there were Liberal MPs there. No one seemed to realize that they had paid for sculptures where living service members had been named among the list of the dead. These veterans had to complain in 2023, and yet, as late as Monday, the minister didn't seem to know anything about the situation. So 5 years later, these 2 sculptures show very clearly that this federal government is only a monument to incompetence. Will the minister get rid of these sculptures?
Madam Speaker, je peux confirmer que
Madam Speaker, I can confirm that the department did not grant money to this specific project and that Veterans Affairs Canada was not asked to verify the names on the memorial. That said, the department has reached out to the organization to rectify the situation, and I expect that to be dealt with without any further delay.
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and his new BFF, the Maserati Marxist, have never been more out of touch. Their punishing carbon tax makes your gas, groceries and heating more expensive. The Carbon Tax Coalition has doubled housing costs, doubled rent, doubled mortgage payments, and doubled down payments for a home. Workers cannot afford to pay their rent or mortgages, and Canadians are out of money. When will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election so we can axe the tax for good?
Again, I want to remind members to be judicial on the words that they use and not to use them to describe other members. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I just want to clarify the record for everyone who's watching Question Period on a Friday morning that the coalition on carbon pricing actually fissured this year when the NDP abandoned their policy on carbon pricing. It is known as the most effective economic measure to bring down the price of pollution and also to boost economic activity. Witness the Canada Carbon Rebate to individuals, and now witness the Canada Carbon Rebate being applied to small businesses. As much as tens of thousands of dollars depending on the size of your business. It is an economic model that is proven in terms of the evidence and is a model that helps to bring down emissions. I would just hope that the NDP would get back on board.
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker, the government has killed small business, and it's all for the pension when it comes to the NDP. Next week, the NDP leader will be forced to vote on his own words. It's the ultimate test of who he is. Does he mean what he says, or are his words meaningless? He said he was ripping up the supply and confidence deal. We know it was a stunt before by-election. The NDP leader gets his pension. The Prime Minister gets his power. Canadians get the bill. Stop the charade and the games. Call a carbon tax election now.
So just a reminder that the questions have to do with the administration of the House. And so I just want to remind members of that. Okay. That's not a question on the administration of the House. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadian families are paying the price for the Prime Minister's inflationary carbon tax. Canada's Food Price Report just revealed a family of 4 will spend $800 more on food in 2025. Food prices rose 36% faster in Canada than the United States. Taxing farmers, truckers, and ultimately families have driven millions of Canadians to food banks. And yet, the Liberals are hiking the carbon tax again. Will the Prime Minister finally give families some relief and cancel his punitive carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, 15 cents on a $100 bill. That's how small the impact of carbon pricing truly is. But when we offer Canadians a GST tax cut over the holidays, which is 100 times greater than that, the Conservatives oppose it. No heart. Conservatives demonstrate in this House every single day how they are not supporting Canadians. No heart. But this is truly a new height to their hypocrisy.
NDP Liberal government, food bank usage is actually up 90%. Rising food costs driven by the carbon tax mean the average family will spend $16,800 on food next year. People who used to donate to food banks are now clients. Canadians are struggling, and yet the Prime Minister will quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. Will the Prime Minister admit his failed policies and that are making food unaffordable and cancel the carbon tax so families can put food on their table?
Honourable Minister.
I challenge that member to point to a single thing that her party has done to help Canadians address affordability issues. Frankly, it's appalling, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we will continue to put forward measures like a GST holiday, like the Canada Child Benefit, to ensure that families have the support that they need through these expensive times while they continue to deny Canadians the support that they need.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Madam Speaker, it's disappointing that at a time when so many families are struggling to afford the basic essentials, we see the Conservatives voting against a GST tax cut. At Christmas, no less. And the Liberals, classic half measure not only doesn't put enough money back in people's pockets, it requires small businesses to change their prices twice in 2 months at the busiest time of year. Why won't the Liberals vote for our plan? Expand the GST tax cut, make it permanent, put more money back in people's pockets, and give small businesses a break. Why not?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, a GST tax break for Canadians over the holidays on essentials is going to make life more affordable for them for the next 2 months. That is good news for Canadians. It's great to see the NDP behind that proposal from the government. It's a shame that the Conservatives, who harp about cutting taxes for months and months and months and months in this House, for as long as I can remember, would actually stand up in this House and oppose a tax break for Canadians over the holidays. They're not serious, Madam Speaker. That's clear. All Canadians should wake up and realize that the Conservatives just won't be there to support them.
Port Modi Coquitlam.
More than half of women living on the streets are survivors of domestic violence. And women with disabilities are even more vulnerable because when they marry, the government claws back their disability benefits, making them choose between abuse or homelessness. The Liberals have let women with disabilities down, and we know what happened to support for women when Conservatives were in power. Cuts, cuts, and cuts. Will the Liberals stop their cruel and callous clawbacks that put women with disabilities in danger?
Yes, good question. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, for the first time in Canada, there is a benefit designed to specifically help persons with disabilities, and of course it's going to help women with disabilities as well. This is a historic step, Madam Speaker, that we have put forward to address a long-standing poverty amongst working-age persons with disabilities. Like other progressive programs, we're going to make sure we're continue to expand it to make sure all Canadians with disabilities, working-age Canadians with disabilities are supported, particularly some of the most vulnerable women. Thank you.
So before I go to the next question, I'm going to allow the Honourable Member for Miramichi-Grand Lake to re-ask his question because I hadn't heard the end of the question, but I do want to remind members that they should link their question to the administration of the House a little earlier in their question so that we know where this is heading. The Honourable Member for Miramichi-Grand Lake.
It's all about the pension, Madam Speaker. Next week, the NDP leader will be forced to vote on his own words. The ultimate test of who he is as a leader. Does he mean it or not? When he said he ripped up the supply agreement, it was just a stunt before a by-election. The NDP leader gets his pension, the Prime Minister gets his power, Canadians get the bill. It's time to call a carbon tax election, stop the charade, end the games, call the election now.
Okay, so there was, I thought I hadn't heard quite the thing. There was actually no question in that comment. I'm not sure if anybody wants to respond to it at this point. So there's no response to it. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we remember the 14 young women who were killed during the École Polytechnique massacre. As the 16 days of activism to end gender-based violence comes to an end, we are reminded that our work must continue until we achieve a Canada free of gender-based violence. Could the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth update Canadians on the work our government is doing to prevent gender-based violence?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, it's 35 years since the École Polytechnique massacre, where 14 women were gunned down simply because they were women. And this tragedy reminds us why we must stand against gender-based violence so we can prevent femicides. The greatest risk for intimate partner violence becoming lethal is a gun in the home. That's why we've banned more than 1,500 assault-style weapons, including the gun that was used at École Polytechnique. Yesterday, we banned an additional 324. On this side of the House, we will always prioritize the safety of women.
The Honourable Member Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
The NDP will once again sell out Canadians on Monday by refusing to stand by their own words, because here's the deal. The NDP leader gets his pension, the Prime Minister gets the power, and Canadians get the bill. And those bills are ever increasing when you look at the carbon tax that is going to be going up again on April the 1st on their way to quadrupling it. And it was the Canada Food Price Report for 2025 that revealed just yesterday that an average family of four in Canada will pay $800 a year more in groceries next year. 2 million visits to a food bank. Why can't the Liberals and NDP just allow a carbon tax election to either quadruple it or allow Conservatives to axe it entirely?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, a lot of questions about what the NDP is doing in terms of supporting parliamentary process. Let me talk about one thing that is very salient for today. Today is December the 6th, the anniversary of 35 women being shot down in cold blood at the École Polytechnique. What the NDP is doing is supporting a bill on the floor of this chamber that will help tackle the root causes of violence against women. What am I talking about? I'm talking about radical misogyny that starts online. The Bill C-63 and the Online Harms Act help us target misogyny at its core. That is something that every member of Parliament needs to get behind, and we need to do it now because time is wasting about keeping women safe.
The honourable member for, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
We stand in solidarity with the victims and their families as always, each and every year. The NDP, though, has to answer for what is going on the NDP motion because he won't back up their own words by what they've said in just recent months. It was the NDP leader that said the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. He said he ripped up the coalition agreement that's kept the Liberals in power, yet as soon as the stunt got over, he taped it back together and gave it back to the Prime Minister. So the question, Madam Speaker, for the Liberals is, will they work with the NDP finally and not quadruple the carbon tax, but allow Canadians to have their say in a carbon tax election, or are they too scared to what Canadians have to say to them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the people of Canada have had their say on carbon taxes in the last election. In fact, the Conservative Party, when they were in power, passed a bill called the Fixed Date Election Bill. So they keep calling. They want us to break the law. We won't break the law. You can break the law. We're not that kind of people.
Just want to remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary he's to address questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the members. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Madam Speaker, the government cannot be administered without the confidence of this House, and the NDP leader once said the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for Canadians. And now, Madam Speaker, the NDP leader says that he's going to vote against his own words and in favour of propping up this Liberal government. A government that has doubled housing costs, that has caused 2 million Canadians to visit a food bank in a single month, and plans to quadruple the carbon tax, Madam Speaker. So instead, why don't they call a carbon tax election so that Canadians can choose between the costly coalition or our common sense plan to axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I will just point out for Canadians watching today that we've actually had 3 elections in a row on pricing pollution, on ensuring that no one in this country gets away with polluting for free. That was the 2015 election, the 2019 election, and the 2021 election when that party actually campaigned on pricing pollution themselves. What I would say is that it's proving dividends in terms of the Canadian economy. How is it doing so? Because we are returning more money to 8 out of 10 families through the Canada Carbon Rebate and through the Canada Carbon Rebate delivered to small businesses.
The Honourable Member Kenora.
Madam Speaker, that is simply not true, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed it. And we know that this NDP Liberal coalition is planning to hike taxes again next year. Despite the theatrical display of ripping up their confidence and supply agreement, Madam Speaker, this coalition is still alive and well. And even when Liberal MPs are calling for a new Prime Minister, this NDP leader is the only person that is keeping the Prime Minister in power. Once again, Mr. Speaker, instead, why don't they give Canadians a chance to vote in a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Conservatives want to talk about confidence, Madam Speaker. You know what the Canadians can have confidence in? They can have confidence in our government to deliver programs and services that make their life more affordable, that contribute to their quality of life, like our early learning and childcare program. Jim Stanford, a very famous economist in this country, just did a report on the success of that program, that it's created 110,000 additional work opportunities for women and contributed $32 billion in GDP to the Canadian economy, and that's while saving Canadians 28% on average on their childcare costs. We are proving that you can invest.
For Caribou Prince George.
The Honourable Member for LaSalle Aymar Verdun. Madam Speaker, cycling in Montreal happens in winter and summer, at least when the federal government doesn't get in the way. Imagine the city offers to clear the snow from the bike path on the south side of the Lachine Canal at its own expense, but Ottawa refuses. Parks Canada doesn't have to make any effort, and yet it's too much to ask. On November 11th, the Southwest Borough passed a unanimous resolution asking Parks Canada to authorize snow removal. I also question the Minister of the Environment. Is he going to ask Parks Canada to get out of the way?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, that is a point for the municipal government. It's a municipal issue. Once again, Madam Speaker, well, if there's opportunity after question period, I'd be very happy to speak with that colleague on this issue. But for me, this is clearly a municipal issue. The Honourable Member for LaSalle-Aymar-Verdun. Madam Speaker, Parks Canada is federal, and the citizens of Southwest aren't asking for too much. They simply want snow-cleared access to downtown. The city would do the work, and the city would foot the bill. Parks Canada has yet to disclose a single well-documented fact or reason for its staggering refusal. The Minister of the Environment is himself a fan of active transportation. He too must think it makes no sense. With Montreal already snowed under, will the Minister of the Environment and the member for Ville-Sainte-Marie finally settle this issue? Madam Speaker, what I'd like to underscore that on this side of the House, we are promoting active transit, jogging, walking, and people who ride their bikes at Montreal, Toronto, across Canada. If he wants to discuss this more after question period, we would be comfortable talking about how we can help the city of Montreal with their job of removing snow from bike paths. Thank you.
Member Caribou Prince George.
The Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for the people. Who said that? The Twitter-tough Maserati Marxist sellout NDP leader. He puffed up his chest, stomped his feet, yet he chooses the Prime Minister over Canadians each and every time. He's the only one propping up this government. He's complicit in every Liberal scandal and every failed policy. On Monday, will he vote for a carbon tax election, or will he once again put his pension before Canadians?
So that question definitely has no relevance to the administration of the House, and I want to ask members to please not be yelling out when others are speaking. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George, and it has to be with the administration of the House, or else I will cut him off and we'll go to another question. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, they're weak, they're desperate, and the only reason why they're in power is because of the NDP leaders too selfish and too beholden to the Prime Minister to support his own motion made up of entirely his own words. They voted 24 times to quadruple the carbon tax. The costly coalition has doubled housing costs, doubled rent, doubled mortgage payments. But on Monday, they all have an opportunity. Will the NDP leader put the people above his pension?
Sorry, again, the Honourable Member is not being relevant to the administration of the House. We are going to move on, and next time, the next question for the members will be cut. He was asking the question. Does the Honourable Member, is it relevant to the administration of the House?
Asking for a carbon tax election. Is that not relevant to the administration of the House?
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member will finish this question, and if it's not relevant, then the next question will be passed on. The Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, they're weak, they're desperate, and the only reason why they're in power today is because of the Maserati Marxist NDP leader, who's too selfish, too beholden to the Prime Minister to support a motion made up entirely of his own words.
Member to read his whole question. If he can just finish the question at the bottom, please.
Madam Speaker, on Monday, we have an opportunity. Will the NDP vote for a motion to call a carbon tax election?
Again, it's got nothing to do with the administration of the government. The Honourable Member, and if this continues, the Honourable Members will end up losing a question. The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you. The leader of the NDP says he ripped up his coalition agreement with the Prime Minister, calling him weak, selfish, and beholden to corporate interests. Conservatives agree. The NDP leader can prove it by putting his pension where his mouth is and voting on confidence in this Prime Minister. After 9 years of the NDP Liberal coalition, housing, rent have doubled, and they will quadruple the carbon tax, driving up the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating. Will the government Give the Canadians relief they need by calling a carbon tax election now.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, a lot of us are struggling to understand the nature of today's question period, but I think I've discerned what it is. The official opposition seems to be off their game because they're not using a lot of three-word slogans. And because of that, it's actually destabilized the House. What I can say simply about housing is that we support housing, and we support the housing accelerator that I think 17 members of the official opposition advocated for before they were told not to by their leader. Secondly, we support the fight for the environment, and we will continue to advocate for making sure pollution is not free, and we will participate and work with any party that wants to support us in that endeavor, because it supports the environment.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, the holiday season is fast approaching, which means many Canadians will soon be celebrating with family and friends. But what we also know is what Canadians are getting in their Christmas stockings this year from the Leader of the Opposition. Broken campaign promises and hypocritical speeches, and more of that. Could our Minister please tell the House what we're going to do to support Canadians this winter?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question, her incredible work, and her leadership. Last week, this House voted to give Canadians a real break by eliminating GST on essential goods. This means that ready-to-eat meals, children's clothing, toys, books, and Christmas trees will not be taxed this holiday season. Now, Canadians across this country will benefit from real relief at the checkout. Unfortunately, the Leader of the Opposition decided to do what he normally does and put partisan interests ahead of helping Canadians and voted against removing a tax. Can the Leader of the Opposition explain to Canadians why he decided to act like a Grinch this Christmas?
So again, questions and comments have to do with the administration of the government, and it's not to ask. He asked the question to the Leader of the Opposition. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the facts don't lie. The Leader of the NDP, with this Prime Minister, voted for the carbon tax 24 times, and they will do it again next week. This Leader of the NDP, along with the Prime Minister, will quadruple the carbon tax in the spring. He's the one who created the coalition agreement with this government that has doubled mortgages, doubled housing prices, and has sent 2 million Canadians to food banks. Right. So this coming Monday, the Leader of the NDP has a decision. Will he continue to prop up this Prime Minister for his pension, or will he call a carbon tax election?
So again, I would just, it's very clear that individuals are playing with words and that these questions are not to do with the administration of the government. You cannot ask a leader of another party or other members to respond to these questions. It should be to the on the administration of the government and to the government to respond. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore, I hope that her other question is related to the administration and is asked to the government. Otherwise, the honourable member will I will have to cut her off. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, just over 3 months ago, the Leader of the NDP ripped up the agreement he had with the government. He had the agreement with the government, Madam Speaker. He said that the Prime Minister was too weak, too selfish, too beholden to corporate interests to fight for Canadians. So this coming week again, on Monday, Madam Speaker, the Leader of the NDP has an opportunity again to decide if he will prop up this government again or not. Is he going to prop up the Prime Minister or allow Canadians?
Again, the honourable member knows full well, I just warned her, and she knows full well that she's not to ask questions of another opposition during question period. She is supposed to ask the government questions. And so this has been going on for quite some time. I would just ask members to please make sure that their preamble has more to do with the work of the government, so that we know that it's going in the right direction, or at least that their end of their question has to do with the government and the administration of the government. The honourable member for... sorry.
The minister wants to respond.
Oh, I see that the minister still wants to respond. The honourable minister.
Well, I think what's really important is to focus on some of the issues. And one of the issues that Canadians are rightfully asking about this House is about the concern about foreign interference and things such as how do we target foreign interference. What I find fascinating is that we've had a lot of discussions about the leader of the NDP. That leader has actually had the courage to get a security clearance and get a briefing to help to protect this country. In fact, there's only one member of a party that has not done exactly that, and that is the leader of the official opposition. For a man who would purport to assume and want the highest job in this country, I find it actually quite appalling that he doesn't have the courage to work on getting a clearance, getting a briefing, and protecting this country.
The honourable for Regina Wascana.
The fact is the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. Those are the words of the NDP leader, who continues to betray Canadians by propping up this failed Liberal government. The leader of the party that used to represent workers now props up a government that raises the carbon tax, makes homes unaffordable.
Sorry, I want to ask members to please settle down and please extend the respect of the House to the person who has the floor. I will find out soon enough what the question is, and we'll go from there. And if this continues, as I said, we will have to go into a practice of pulling questions from those who are who are trying to pose questions. The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
The leader of the party that used to represent workers now props up a government that raises the carbon tax, makes homes unaffordable, has lost control of the deficit, and lets crime run loose on our streets. On Monday's vote, will the Prime Minister continue to hide behind the NDP, or will he finally call a carbon tax election?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it's a shame that the opposition still hasn't figured out to ask a question on the administration of government business. But while I'm on my feet, I might as well, Madam Speaker, speak about what happened yesterday at the Public Safety Committee, where there was pretty shocking testimony about foreign interference in the Conservative election race, confirming that the member from Calgary Nose Hill, in fact, received an angry phone call from the Indian consulate and brought that forward to Mr. Brown's leadership campaign, where they, in fact, changed his language to make the Indian consulate happy. Why aren't Conservatives talking?
The honourable member for St. John Rossi.
Madam Speaker, good thing this question period's almost over. Let's try this. Last week, on the first day of Christmas, the Leader of the Opposition showed an amazing level of hypocrisy. When this House voted to give Canadians a break, the Leader of the Opposition decided to vote against it, despite running on it in the last election. Can the Minister explain why providing tax relief for Canadians during the holidays will move our economy forward? And everybody have a great weekend, and let's relax.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to thank the member from St. John Ross for the question. The hypocrisy of the Conservative leader is absolutely shocking. Get this, during the last election campaign, all Conservative candidates campaigned on a promise to lift the GST during the holiday season. And what did they do last week when presented with the opportunity to follow through on that promise? Well, guess what? They broke their promise to Canadians by voting against a GST break over the holidays. I don't know what the Leader of the Opposition is planning on serving at Christmas dinner, but I sure hope it's better than the stale slogans and horrendous hypocrisy that he's been serving up in this.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Here is how a government question is asked. Hunter
fishers and trappers in Nunavut rely on their boats to feed their families. 3 years ago, this government promised a small craft harbor for Arctic Bay. 3 years later, this government has not delivered. This harbor would allow more safe hunting and help keep our communities safe from threats in the Arctic. I have fought for this project, and this Liberal government is still ignoring my community. With the government's new Arctic foreign policy released today, will the Liberals finally fund this important project?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is so refreshing today to hear an actual question presented to the government. I want to thank the member for doing so. I will say this, that when it comes to small craft harbors, it's the lifeblood of every community in terms of economic development, in terms of social development. And I look forward, I want to learn more about the particular question at hand, and I'm committed to meeting the member, as we all should do, in a collegial way, in a clear way, in an unoffensive way, like we're hearing today.
Hear, hear. Order, 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 order. The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I ask them to please behave. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I put the
Honourable Member just muted herself, I believe. Okay, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question today is that as we see the days dwindling to when we can actually pass legislation, my constituents are particularly concerned with Bill C-33. It's on rail safety and management of marine issues around our ports. It was first introduced 2 ministers of transportation ago, more than 2 years ago, when the minister was from the member from Mississauga, Arundel. Can the government update us? We've finished clause by clause. We're waiting for report stage. When will this bill come back so we can at least get it to the Senate, where we have half a hope of not losing years' worth of work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, I agree with the member. We have been in the House here for over a month now, bogged down by the Conservatives with respect to their privilege motion. Once we can get by that, we can get back to the order of business here in the House, something that most, if not all, members are looking forward to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'll do the point of order in a minute. So 2 things. First, following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence. J'invite les députés à se lever.
I would like to invite MPs to stand up and observe a minute of silence in memory of the victims of the tragic event that happened 35 years ago at École Polytechnique in Montréal.
Before I get to the point of order as well, I want to apologize to the Honourable Member for Miramichi-Grand Lake. I asked him to repose his question. The first time I couldn't hear his question completely because of the fact that there was a lot of noise, and I was also having a conversation with the clerk on checking on something. And so the second time he did come in I did offer him the opportunity to re-ask the question, and during that time he neglected to put the question and made a comment instead. And I think it's all in the hype of what happens here in the House, and I do apologize for that. And so I just want to say, when it comes to the questions and comments, it's really important to ensure that it does have to do with the administration of the government, and that it's incumbent upon all members to not make so much noise so that we can hear everything that is being said. So I do apologize to the honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake. Sorry, I had one more point of order before that. The honourable member for the honourable government deputy House Leader.
Thank you.
Or is it the whip today?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order coming out of question period, and we are continuing to see this trend of questions that, or preamble, and 99% of a question being on a subject not related to government business, and then finally the end of the question somehow asks the government a question. The chair has made it clear in the past that the proper way in which a question needs to be asked is to, at the very least, start the question by talking about some form of government business and concluding the question the same way. I believe that the chair has set a precedent, and you have also set a precedent, and you've actually indicated today through your words, sitting in the chair, you represent the chair, and any decisions moving forward, have indicated that you will remove questions from individuals and cut them off. I think that it is incumbent upon the chair, and I know that it can be challenging to hear what's going on with some of the noise in here, but I think it is incumbent upon the chair to listen to what's going on and stop a question if it is clear that the content of the question has nothing to do with government business. Government business is what the government is doing. Asking the government to call an election is not government business. So I would ask, Madam Chair, even if you were somehow to accept the fact that asking the government to call an election is government business, when you have 99% of leading up to that have nothing to do with the government, but instead are asking questions of the opposing parties, that you have to do something in order to get the House back in order. That might be stopping the question, and it might be removing future questions. I would just in conclusion, before I get cut off, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that the question that they keep asking is about something that is going to happen on Monday. It is very important to recognize that I think it's fair to say that throughout question period on Monday, the same questions are going to be answered because it's after question period. So please give this consideration over the weekend so that you can handle it appropriately on Monday.
Is this on the same point of order? The Honourable Official Opposition Deputy Whip.
Well, that's the height of hypocrisy, Madam Speaker. We have the honourable member complaining about those types of questions when, as a matter of fact, the member from St. John Rossaway actually asked the majority of his question about the Leader of the Official Opposition, and then had a very small tie back to the administration of government at the very last comments. As I'm being heckled by the member now recanting his initial comments. Secondly, Madam Speaker, in terms of a question about calling the election, there is only one group of people in this House that arbitrarily can decide on the timing of an election. It is the government. It is the administration. It's an action of the administration of government to determine if or not they ask the Governor General for an election. Now, the House collectively can make a determination on forcing the government to go to an election, but the Prime Minister has the capacity and the prerogative to go to the Governor General, call an election, and, Madam Speaker, that's what we're calling for.
I have another point of order. The Honourable Member Cowichan Malahat Langford, and then I'll come back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm raising a point of order with regards to the proceedings of the Standing Committee on Health back in October. As the House records will show, on October 3rd, 10th, and 24th, there were 3 meetings at that Standing Committee that were dealing with the subject matter of Bill C-277, an act to establish a national strategy on brain injuries. That bill was referred to the committee at second reading on June the 12th, and it was reported back to the House on October 28th, again with unanimous support. So because of those proceedings, Madam Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or
I'm sorry, I already hear some no's. I don't have a point. Sorry, I do have a point of order here. The Honourable Member for Charles Wood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On this matter of ruling questions out of order because they're not to do with government business, which you did during question period, there was one particular instance where you ruled one of our questions out of order, but then recognized a government minister to respond to a question that you had ruled out of order. So I question this practice, and I'd like you to explain why it's appropriate to allow a government minister to respond to a question that you've actually ruled is not in order.
I want to see if I have any other points of order. Again, we have one more on this specific issue, and then we can get to other points of order after. So the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford on this specific issue as well?
Well, Madam Speaker,
his previous one wasn't, so I just was wondering.
It was just like on the previous one, because like as I was sitting down, I just need some clarification from the chair, because as I was sitting down, I missed something. Was it the Conservatives that said no to that unanimous consent for the brain injury community? Because I think they really want to know.
Right, there's no points of order there's no points of clarification on that point of order. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to add to that point of order about questions during question period, I think it would be a really challenging precedent to not allow members to be able to use whatever preamble they have as they get to their question. The question is at the very end, and to cut off members midway, I think does not. It really impedes on the member from being able to even get to their question. So I don't think that that's really the way to go. And we've had many instances in this House. I know that we've had NDP members that have asked many questions of related to provincial premiers. I mean, we've seen a lot of that in this House, and so I think going down this way in this manner would create a lot of difficulty. And I just want you to consider that members should be allowed to freely state what is important to them and what they're hearing from their constituents, and then get to the question. And if in fact we've seen it where a member of the government stands up to answer a question, that's their prerogative. That's their prerogative if they choose to answer it, whether or not it's business of the House or not. So I'd just like you to consider that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable for New Westminster Burnaby is writing on the same point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, and the ruling was very, very clear from the former Speaker, the member from Regina Capel, during the Harper regime, every single one of those Conservative questions would have been ruled out of order. In fact, after two sentences, those Conservative members would have been asked to step down. So these are previous rulings. You have been much more flexible in actually giving them a second chance. The reality is, previous Speaker's ruling, including the Conservative...
Order, I can't hear the point of order because some individuals who had the opportunity, some members who had the opportunity to rise on the point of order are not being very, should I say, they're being a little bit unruly right now. So I would just ask members to please wait if they wish to add anything. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
So the jurisprudence is very clear. You have the right and you have the tools to cut this mockery of question period off immediately. Not a single one of these Conservative questions would have stand. And now I want to reference the standing orders because they are extremely important. Numerous standing orders were violated during question period by Conservative members of Parliament. So I would ask through you, Madam Speaker, to the Conservative whip, to, number one, ask his members to actually read the standing orders because that's actually an important part of their work, and ensure that when members from the Conservative Party come to question period, they actually understand the rules of order and will respect the rules of this Parliament and stop making a mockery of the House of Commons.
Timmins James Bay has also a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the question that is at issue here is that Parliament and question period is a very partisan moment. This is the moment when the daily shots at government take place. So there is leeway. However, it's about the fair application by the chair of the abuse of question period. And I will say the Speaker has, when he has ruled that we have not asked something on government business, the question is shut down. We aren't given 3 and 4 opportunities to repeat the same question to get it on the record. It is shut down. So if the Speaker rules that a question is not on government business, it's unfair to the rest of us
who have just been told, no, your question is not on government business, sit down, that's the end of it, to allow Conservatives to repeat and repeat and repeat, because I am very concerned, Speaker, and you've heard my frustration, that there is a very unfair application in this House because of the intimidation tactics of the Conservatives. When we get up on points of order, we're regularly shut down quickly. Conservatives can speak on as long as they want, and it allows for a gaslighting in the House. So what we are asking for is a fair application. If you rule as chair that something is not government business, that is your decision, fair play. But to allow the Conservatives to keep going and going and going because of the intimidation that they do when shouting and trying to undermine Parliament, it makes it very difficult for the rest of us to be willing to go along with the politeness of the House.
The Honourable for South Shore St. Margaret's, this is the last point of order I will hear on this. The issue here is the thing is that a lot of what is being said is just being repeated, first of all. Second of all, the Honourable the Speaker of the House himself did indicate that he would be coming back to the House about this, and it was, and so there is something that's coming forthwith. But I think that it makes it very, very difficult for the speakers to be able to be consistent, given how the questions are being brought forward. We take members for what they are planning to bring forward, and as I've indicated, it's very difficult, as what happened today to the Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake, to really hear what is being said when so many people are weighing in on what is being said. So I just want to say that I think that it's incumbent upon everyone to be respectful of that, of the decisions of what is being said and of the decisions of the chairs. And so we are doing our best to try to manage the House, and it's very difficult to do that when the last piece in the question is related to the government administration where nothing else is, and that is what's raising the issues in the House where we can't hear what is being said. So the Honourable for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On that same point of order, I would add that I think, as my colleague stated, that the lead up and part of a question in question period is an important setup for the question, and for the NDP to suggest that the Speaker should start censoring and stopping a question before the member gets to ask it based on the fact that they don't like the opening sentence that may offend that member, I think is frankly, it's a breach of a member's privilege in terms of their ability to speak on behalf of their constituents in this House.
Sorry, I have another point of order here. The Honourable Member for the Honourable, I just want to see here if it's, I prefer to, okay. So the Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. I was just checking to see if he had a title because I usually try to make sure I recognize them by their other titles within their ministerial or...
Well, I was going to say it's a great title to be the Member of Parliament for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, one I have proudly. I just want to add, as a person that asked 2 questions today in the disruption of what you were trying to deal with, Madam Speaker, just to put on here for just, I think, consideration going forward is exactly what some other colleagues have said, but what gets disruptive is if somebody doesn't like the NDP did today in the 2 questions I had, 10 seconds in, it was extremely difficult to get through questions. As soon as I got to my question at the end, and I agree with your point, Madam Speaker, but I would also just encourage members, just like they're doing right, like the irony right now. Thank you. Like the irony of that right now, if they can let somebody finish the sentence that way of where they're going on. Madam Speaker, I will make the point again where they're doing, the king of gaslighting just called people gaslighters a second.
Hold on here. I just want members to be respectful to each other. And so this happens with every party that's in here almost. And so I would just ask members to please be respectful of each other. And so if the Honourable Member will wrap up, yes?
I would encourage the Speaker to start ruling members out of order when somebody gets 10 seconds into a question and they don't like the preamble. The part that matters in question period is the actual question that comes at the end. And whenever they start yelling and getting off at 10 seconds in, that is not fair to the members asking questions. I will lastly say there is an irony for any of the Liberal NDP members, particularly the Liberals, to question the integrity of a question when they're terrible at giving the answers themselves. So the fact they got to...
That is debate, and there were questions that the Honourable Official Opposition was asking that had no relevance to the administration of the government, and so I would just ask members to please be careful. I would just ask members to go back and make sure that their question is relevant to the administration of the government, because there was a few that were not. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby is rising again on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It was the former Speaker, the member from Regina Capel, that put these rules into effect. If he wants to stand up and renounce what happened during the Harper regime and the fact that questions were systematically cut off after 10 seconds because they were not relevant to government administration, then he can certainly do so. But that is jurisprudence, and Conservatives don't seem to like to live by the rules. They should learn the rules first, because they're...
I appreciate, but again, it's becoming a point of debate. One more, the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Just in response to the comments from the member from South Shore St. Margaret, we're not. My understanding from what I heard from the member from Burnaby's, New Westminster Burnaby, was not that he was saying that the chair should particularly cut off questions early. He was saying that the chair, as in the position of the chair, has already made a precedent, and that precedent was made by the member from Regina Capel, which was to do exactly what he was asking. So if the chair is going to make a new ruling and start setting a new precedent, I think that has to be clear so that all members can follow it. Otherwise, we need to follow the precedent that's been set.
For their points of orders, we will certainly take that into advisement as we are currently looking into what has been happening lately and the feedback that has been provided. I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the King's Privy Council for Canada and Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Madame la Présidente, conformément au paragraphe 30.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to the standing orders, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government responses to 23 petitions. These responses will be tabled in electronic form.
Of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth.
Madam Speaker, 35 years ago, Canada was shaken to its core when an horrific act of gender-based violence devastated our country. On December 6, 1989, a gunman walked into a classroom at the École Polytechnique in Montreal, separated the women from the men, and brutally opened fire on the women. He took the lives of 14 young women and wounded 13 more simply because they were women. On the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, we mourn the heartbreaking loss of these young women whose promising futures were stolen from them. Today, we remember Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Koga, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Degnaud, Anne-Marie Edouard, Maude Havrenik, Maryse Laganière, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte, Barbara Klushnik-Vadievich. 14 brilliant lives cut tragically short. They were students, daughters, sisters, wives, friends. They were athletes, musicians, artists, future engineers, nurses, and so much more. Each had unique talents and passions that they never got to share, and we all missed out on what they could have contributed to their communities. Même si elles ne sont plus là,
Even though they are no longer with us, their legacy remains.
these young women are still changing the course of history as we take action against gender-based violence. On this day and throughout the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we acknowledge the misogyny, sexism, and hatred that motivated the tragedy at Polytechnique remains very much a real threat for women in Canada and around the world. From 2011 to 2021, 1,125 women and girls were victims of gender-related homicide. Of these, 93% were committed by a male intimate partner or family member. While Indigenous women account for approximately 5% of all women and girls in Canada, they accounted for 23% of victims of homicide in 2021. In 2023, 187 women and girls were killed violently in Canada. That is one woman every 2 days. Gender-based violence leaves lasting scars that affect all aspects of survivors' being, including their health, finances, and futures. When it starts early, it can echo through generations, trapping women in cycles of violence. We must engage young boys so they know what healthy relationships look like, so we can create a world where lasting gender equality exists. We must break these cycles and create a world where every woman can live free from fear and full of opportunity.
A world where gender-based violence has no place.
We must also recognize the relationship between femicide and gun violence. According to the Canadian Women's Foundation, the single greatest risk factor of intimate partner violence becoming lethal is the presence of a gun in the home. Our government has always taken the issue of gun control seriously. We have banned 1,500 assault weapons, including the gun that was used at École Polytechnique. Just yesterday, our government announced additional measures. We are banning 324 more makes and models of assault-style rifles to keep our streets safer. Despite all the efforts over the last 35 years, we still have more to do. But we can't do it alone. That's why we worked with provinces and territories to launch a national action plan to end gender-based violence and put in place bilateral agreements totaling more than $500 million over 4 years, allowing each jurisdiction to address their respective priorities and challenges. We owe it to every life taken too soon to take a stand and fight for a future free from gender-based violence. As we continue to address gender-based violence, we honor the lives taken at École Polytechnique, and we commit to doing more for those most at risk, including young women, Indigenous women, Black and immigrant women, gender-diverse individuals, women with disabilities, and those in rural communities. Today and every day, let's remember that we all have a role to play in creating a future where all women can live free of violence. Thank you. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Saint-Germain-Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always hard on December 6th because you always wake up with this traumatism. The 35th anniversary as of today. It took place in Montreal. It was the night before exam period with the holiday period coming up. It was supposed to be a happy period. 14 young engineering students who were women at Polytechnique School in Montreal were coldly assassinated intentionally because they were women. This horror was such that we couldn't even believe it, Mr. Speaker. We were all in shock. 14 women at the ripe age of being university students. we thought we were invincible, that the world belonged to us. But sincerely, Mr. Speaker, it should have been the case. These women, well, there were 14 of them: Geneviève Bergeron, Nathalie Croteau,
Anne-Marie Edward, Maude Aviernik, Barbara Kluznik, Vidaj Vich, j'espère de le prononcer comme il faut.
I hope that pronounced that correctly.
Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud et Annie Turcotte.
They were separated from their colleagues, from the men at school, and they were assassinated in cold blood because they were women. This is the utmost cruelty, to assassinate a woman. Killing someone just because they're a woman is so cruel. And it was such a shock that this Parliament decreed that on every December 6th of every year, it will be National Day of Commemoration against Violence Against Women. I was shocked when this took place. I was 22 years old. Obviously, we were really shook by this incident. I remember the moments around this event. These women were my age. They were studying like I was at university. They had dreams. They had ambitions. And all of this disappeared overnight. And as you understand full well, there was absolutely enormous collateral damage. Their families, their colleagues, their friends, and their life stopped while mine was able to continue. And I will always have them in my heart. And today we pay tribute to these women. We also pay tribute to Canadian women and Canadian women across the world who are victims of violence and hate in all its forms. 35 years later, this day is still necessary and still very pertinent. Domestic violence and hate speech against women is still taking place, and in 2024, and still the year is not over, Quebec has seen 25 feminicides to date in Canada. In Canada, 169. So we should be dealing with this, and we should be learning this from gender separation and gender disparity shouldn't even take place. We should learn this from the time we're very young. Women should be fully free to study, free to govern, free to be members of parliament, free to be ministers, free to be free of hate and violence and fear. We should be hyper vigilant at all times when they are in the streets. All too often, only a woman can tell you that today, Mr. Speaker. Women can tell you this. At Status of Women Committee, well, I have wonderful colleagues of all parties with whom we work to ensure that we can improve this sad track record and make sure that women can walk freely and safely in our streets. And we always make recommendations to the government, Mr. Speaker. In all due respect, I will make a few observations. I don't do this in a partisan spirit, but I do so we can all together improve this very sad history with the increase in violence, 116% increase in violence in Canada since 2015, whether it's sexual violence, violence towards children. All of this violence, Mr. Speaker, is happening under our noses in my riding. There have been shootings, Mr. Speaker, so we really need to take action to improve things. And the Minister of Justice in Quebec, Mr. Barret, has said that Bill C-5 that was tabled, which allows people who commit violent acts to serve their sentences at home. Yes, we could also talk about C-75, which allows violent criminals to be out on bail. These violent acts usually wouldn't allow them to have these type of sentences at home and to be out on bail. And we are concerned about this on this side of the House. I'm not saying this in a partisan spirit. I'm saying this because also the police have said this. We are very sensitive of what the Quebec government is saying, and the Minister of Justice from Quebec has sent this message, particularly in terms of sexual assaults. Women are being assaulted, and it's often men. More than 98% of assaults, sexual assault, are done by men towards women. And I think it's nice to pay tribute today. We're all saying lovely words. We are all sad. But let's also look closely at the actions we're taking and the decisions we're making as legislators. When you realize that something's not going as it should, that our legislation is not yielding the results it should. So let's have the collected intelligence here to review, revise what has been put in place. I'd like to go back over this because the minister, who I greatly appreciate, spoke about action and an action plan that should be tabled. So I just want to make that small comment. I would be remiss if I didn't take a few seconds. You're okay? Okay, thank you. A few seconds to pay tribute to organizations, whether they're in your writings or mine.
Centre Femmes, l'Ancrage, les groupes.
All of these groups, women who are helping other women in need when violent situations occur. So these women are welcomed and supported. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to all these women who experienced violence and who were murdered. Let's say we'll never forget them. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. December 6th, 2024. 35 years have passed. Tonight, in the Montreal sky, 14 beams will light up the sky. We do not forget. We do not forget you. You are sisters who were taken from us. We do not forget you, Geneviève Bergeron, 21 years of age, mechanical engineering student. We won't forget you, Maryse Lagagnère, 25 years of age, finance department employee. We won't forget you, Hélène Colgan, 23 years of age, mechanical engineering student. We won't forget you, Maryse Leclerc, 23 years of age, metallurgical engineering student. We won't forget you, Nathalie Croteau, 23 years of age, mechanical engineering student. And we won't forget you, Anne-Marie Lemay, 22 years of age, mechanical engineering student. We won't forget you, Barbara Daigneault, 22 years of age, mechanical engineering student. We won't forget you, Sonia Pelletier, 28 years of age, mechanical engineering student. We won't forget you, Anne-Marie Edward, 21 years of age, chemical engineering student. We won't forget you, Michel Richard, 21 years of age, metallurgical engineering student. We won't forget you, Maude Havernick, 29 years of age, metallurgical engineering student. We won't forget you, Annie Saint-Arnaud, 23 years of age, mechanical engineering student. We won't forget you, Barbara Kuznik Wodajovic, 31 years of age, nursing student. And we won't forget you, Annie Turcotte, 20 years of age, metallurgical engineering student. We haven't forgotten you, and your memory is a beacon of hope. Tonight, women and men will gather for a candlelight vigil to pay tribute to you. Tonight, there will be tenderness, love, and determination this evening. There will be human warmth and the will to make things happen tonight. And you, my sisters, will be there with us as you have been for 35 years. You are driving force, you women who have been torn away from us. You push us forward. And if I speak of hope, it's because things can progress. Polytechnique has more women students than ever before. Your school far exceeds the Canadian and Quebec average for female enrollment in engineering. And doctoral studies, 34.6% of enrollees were women in 2023. Polytechnique exceeds 30% female enrollment year after year. And at the end of the 1980s, there were barely 15% of students who were women. You were barely 15%, but misogyny, fear, hatred, and guns thought that this already was too much. But misogyny didn't win. Fear did not win. Hate did not win. Guns did not win. For decades, you have set an example for thousands of women who carry your aspirations and who contribute, once they graduate, to making Quebec a more vibrant and modern society than ever. Sisters, believe me, and I know we have a long way to go, we are also making progress in tightening gun control. We're working tirelessly and stubbornly to ensure that the weapons used against you can no longer be used against women or men. But everything isn't settled yet. But we are making progress, and we are making progress with you in mind. We can't take a step backwards, and we saw this with the long gun registry. So for you, for women, for our mothers, for our sisters, for our daughters, for our unborn daughters, we remain vigilant. My sisters snatched from us on December 6, 1989, we have not forgotten you. We continue the fight against violence and for the emancipation of women. We continue this fight with you by our side. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
It has been 35 years since Barbara Kuchnik-Vajadovich, Annie Turcotte, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Michel Richard, Sonia Pelletier, Anne-Marie Lemay, Maryse Leclerc, Maryse Lajeunier, Maude Avinic, Anne-Marie Edward, Barbara Dagneau, Nathalie Croteau, Hélène Colguin, and Geneviève Bergeron were murdered for being women. New Democrats will always remember the women of Polytechnique Montreal as they lost their lives to patriarchy and white privilege. This deadly combination continues with the upholding of male supremacy across the globe. It is called misogyny, an ingrained prejudice and contempt for women. It is misogyny that has kept women excluded from the hallways of power. It is what has limited their job opportunities, income, ability to move freely in community, to be safe from violence, or to even have the health care they need. And for Indigenous women in Canada, the impacts are even more deadly. Indigenous women are killed at 7 times the rate of non-Indigenous women in Canada. This is a recognized genocide that has become so normalized in this country that when an Indigenous woman, girl, or two-spirit individual goes missing or is killed, it barely makes the news. That reality is happening right now in Winnipeg, where murdered Indigenous women have been abandoned in a landfill. And it was not a given that the hallways of power would offer dignity to these women and search for them wherever they were. Nope. It took the pressures of sisters to get it done. And I take a moment here to recognize the power of the NDP member from Winnipeg Centre, who fought alongside Indigenous women and their families and created a red dress alert system to find and protect Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. This is what action on violence against women looks like. It is shameful that women and diverse gender people in this country need to stand on guard. Because in 35 years, misogyny has not dissipated. In fact, it has increased. With the reach of online gaming and social media, misogyny now has a new name: manospheres. There are clubs, podcasts, books, and influencers who use these platforms to radicalize young males through a combination of algorithmic design, social dynamics, and exposure to extremist ideologies. Remember these words, Mr. Speaker: algorithmic amplification, gamification of hate, normalization of misogyny, recruitment of vulnerable men, and lack of counter-messaging. These are all the enemies of human rights, and they are the new wave of violence against women and diverse genders. Right now, the Winnipeg Human Rights Museum draws the country's attention to the fact, and I quote from their website, that a growing number of men spread hateful ideas about women, trans, and non-binary people online. Some internet communities even encourage and celebrate gender-based violence. Researchers have called for a variety of regulatory and technical improvements to reduce the reach and harmfulness of radical, hateful internet content. Simply banning users who engage in hate speech, deplatforming them, has been shown to reduce their reach. Legislatures must take action on this immediately, as the internet giants will not, because they are benefiting financially from hate and the abuse of women and diverse genders. So, this is where Canada is. At 35 years after 14 aspiring engineers, a nurse, a budget clerk were killed for being women, and taking the chance to bravely step in to the manosphere. Today and every day, New Democrats honor the women who lost their lives at École Polytechnique and to every victim of gender-based violence. And we call on the government and the opposition to stop fueling hate, take immediate action to end the amplification of misogyny, and end decades of government's systemic failures to protect the fundamental human rights of women and diverse gender people in this country.
I think the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek the unanimous consent of the House to add words on behalf of the Green Party of Canada on this very somber day.
Oppose the honourable member moving the motion to speak. Would please say nay. Motion's carried. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we remember Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Hogan, Nathalie Coroto, Barbara Daigneault, Henry Edward, Maude, Maryse Lagagné, Maryse Leclerc, Sonia Pelletier, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte, Barbara Kruznik-Widajewicz. Madam Speaker, all my colleagues, thank you for the words, the kind words from the Minister, all the statements from my colleagues, so thank you to the entire House. 35 years after the event, it remains incomprehensible. It was horrible. December 6th, 1989. I remember the day as it were yesterday. The murders of 14 women on December 6, 1989. So we are remembering them today. And we have to put an end to this violence, and it is a shared responsibility. We have to stand up against feminist sides. We have to stand in solidarity with women who are still in Afghanistan and help them survive. We have to be in solidarity with all Indigenous women and girls of Canada. We have to say that it is time to put an end to the violence against women, violence against individuals, and violence that we carry in our hearts.
Day when we remember the horrific events of 35 years ago, we say on this day, these women were killed solely because they were women. But the killer in his note made it clear these 14 women were killed because he saw them as feminists. They were killed because the misogynist killer saw them as feminists who had wrecked his life. We see this now, as other colleagues have mentioned, growing in things as strange as the incel movement that launched killings on the streets of Toronto. We see it in movements, as my friend from Port Moody, Coquitlam, just mentioned, in online social media augmentation of hatred against women. Mais c'est la chose la plus importante.
But the most important thing is that we remember this somber day. We will not forget the women killed on that day 35 years ago. We are in solidarity, and for men as well who identify as feminists, we have to work together, always, so that we can put an end to violence.
Women, we must move on legislation that deals with intimate partner violence. There are things we can do, limiting access to the weapons that killed 14 women 35 years ago today. We must never forget them as individuals, and we must work to end violence against women everywhere, all at once, and for always. Merci tout le monde.
Thank you, everyone. We are together on this, and we must put an end to violence.
Merci tout le monde.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to inform the House that the government orders will be extended by 30 minutes.
Motion, and I just want to remind members, as I recognize the member, on a question of privilege is expected to be brief and concise in explaining the event. The Speaker will hear the member and may permit others who are directly implicated in the matter to intervene. The Speaker has also the discretion to seek advice from other members to help him or her determine whether there is prime facie matter of privilege involved in which would warrant giving the matter priority consideration over the House of Business. When satisfied, the Speaker will terminate the discussion. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I left off talking about two reports in the committee. The 34th report, one presented in 2015 and the other one in 2017. But in response to the 2015 question of privilege, which concerns were raised whether a 74-second delay for a shuttle bus rose to the level of a prima facie breach of privilege. One of your predecessors, Mr. Chair, ruled that on May 12, 2015, at page 1,379 of the debates, quote, in this light, emphasizing the notion of balance, questions raised by the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons are pertinent with regard to defining what constitutes an impediment or to unfettered access for members of the parliamentary precincts and buildings. It would be indeed unfortunate for members to carry the concept of physical obstruction to illogical and unreasonable lengths. However, I would caution that the House ought to not either to fall into the trap of assessing these matters on a sole basis of the duration of the delay or the impediment. One can easily imagine a situation where even a very brief obstruction, depending on its severity or nature, could lead a speaker to arrive at a prima facie finding of privilege and to allow the debate in the House, end quote. And most recently, Mr. Speaker, Regan, on April 6th, 2017, at page 10,251 of the debate said, quote, the importance of the matter of members' access to the precinct, particularly when there are votes for members to attend, cannot be overstated. It bears repeating that even a temporary denial of access, whether there is a vote or not, cannot be tolerated. Obviously, these kinds of incidents, which have given rise to the issue now before us, have all been too frequent, end quote. The 2017 report from that same committee, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which followed that particular ruling, meanwhile noted, quote, in line with past precedents, the committee strongly believes that the right of unimpeded access for parliamentarians to the parliamentary precinct is of utmost importance, and that the obstruction or interference with members engaged in parliamentary business cannot be condoned, end quote. The relevant precedents are, I would respectfully submit, numerous and unequivocal, and I've laid them out in this. A temporary denial of access for MPs to the parliamentary buildings cannot be accepted and must be addressed, Mr. Chair. What is unique here, Mr. Speaker, is that parliamentarians were actually part of this protest in an effort to impede and obstruct the work of fellow parliamentarians, members of this House. It is also, I believe, part of a broader pattern of unhinged behavior on the part of New Democrat MPs, though I know that that is already a matter to which you, Mr. Chair, are currently deliberating on, given their behavior in the House late last week. It's also a continuation of the very tactics that we have seen on our streets from the unhinged mob who think that their petty grievances allow them to target Jewish neighborhoods or firebomb Jewish schools or obstruct synagogues and wreak havoc on our Canadian values while abiding and abetting groups that are designated as terrorists in this country. But, Mr. Speaker, it's essential to recall that this issue and this question of privilege is not about some politicians looking out for their self-interest, but rather, as Bosque and Gagnon articulate on pages 59 and 60, quote, the privileges of the Commons are designed to safeguard the rights of each and every elector. Later on page 60 of that same book, Bosque and Gagnon, quote, the 20th edition, Erskine-May's Parliamentary Procedure, quote, the privileges of Parliament are rights which are absolutely necessary for the due execution of its powers. They are enjoyed by individual members because the House cannot perform its functions without unimpeded use of the services of its members, end quote. A similar point is made by Mango at page 12. Mr. Speaker, Canadians send us here to Parliament to represent them and speak out in the impassioned debates of the day. And in doing so, they also expect us to comport ourselves in a professional way. And that does not, of course, include engaging in illegal, disruptive, harassing, and potentially threatening conduct towards our own colleagues and the institution of Parliament. It definitely does not include interrupting the delay and the business of Parliament by not letting MPs walk into their own office buildings. And it definitely
I think I have a point of order from the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm just referring to our procedural Bible, and Conservative MPs may not be aware of this. But very clearly on page 144, questions of privilege for which written notice have been given are raised at specific times. For example, namely on the opening of the sitting following routine proceedings, but not before. But before orders of the day. In that sense, she's not in order speaking now to the question of privilege. We would have to complete routine proceedings and then move prior to orders of the day, move back to, hopefully, because she's being very repetitive, hopefully her completing the question of privilege.
Just because the Honourable Member started her point of privilege prior to being interrupted by orders of the day, so question period and then such, that this is her first opportunity to be able to continue to, because it's a continuation of her original speech, I will allow it. The Honourable Member for Thornhill. Point of order, Member for Timmins James Bay.
It's because I was here when the member began, and the Speaker then had reminded the House that on a point of privilege, it had to be focused and it wasn't to be used as a filibuster. It seems that we're repeating and repeating. You have also said that. I believe we passed the point and we're way past it. It seems that this is a tactic as opposed to someone who's actually concerned about their rights being upended.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and I will caution the Honourable Member Thornhill to maybe make closing arguments on this one. The Honourable Member Thornhill.
I'm happy to, but I understand why the NDP don't want to hear about a breach of privilege that their members were involved in. It's certainly, I'm going to continue. What this breach of privilege is certainly doesn't include indefinitely occupying a building where MPs were blocked as business as usual. And I will close. I will close with this, Mr. Speaker. The protest in itself, I would submit, is a contempt of this House, and it is unprecedented that the engagement of NDP MPs in such behavior must be called out at every single opportunity, and I believe itself rises to contempt. We must stand up on behalf of these sacred traditions and the rights of this place, and on behalf of democratic values that we share as Canadians. And should you agree with me, I am prepared, Mr. Speaker, to move an appropriate motion to instruct the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to get to the bottom of this issue and recommend the appropriate accountability. I will end with this. To all of those protesters who were in there, you will have to remember that you will not silence members of Parliament. And with those NDP MPs joining that protest, they will never silence the voice of those who stand up for freedom-loving Canadians in this country, ever.
Now, there's a number of people that want to intervene on this particular case, and I will go online first. The Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster, then I'll go to New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to start off by saying that I am wearing a House-approved headset, and I am rising to add to the point of privilege that was raised by my colleague from Thornhill. I also do just want to note that I'm deeply offended by the previous interventions in regards to this point of order from the member from Timmins James Bay. For him to suggest that this is a filibuster tactic is completely disrespectful. My safety, my staff's safety was jeopardized on Tuesday, and that is not acceptable. And these events need to be looked at further by the Speaker. So I just want to run down what had happened that morning with me. I had arrived to the front of Confederation Building, and I had my children with me on this day, which is not something that I normally do, but for some reason I did. I brought them with me. I had noticed that there was more of a presence of security, but I honestly didn't think anything of it until I went to go into the building. I was stopped by PPS, who told me, you can't go in there. There is about 100 people who have stormed the building and are now occupying it. I obviously am being alarmed by this. He went over to speak to another officer who then said that I could go into the building, that it would be safe for me, even though I question this because my office building is located on the first floor in Confederation. I was told, don't worry, it's just a passive occupation. My children and I were then escorted by PPS around the building. We entered through the accessible entrance. Once I was in my office, I already had staff there. She was advised by PPS to keep the door locked as we could hear chanting and singing, which was very uneasy for us, not knowing what was going on. Knowing that protesters also had passed the entrance of the security portion of Confederation, and some were standing outside of the door of the member for Thornhill's office, this was very concerning for me. My mothering instincts told me this was not a safe place for my children to be with me. I then made the decision that I had to get them out of the building and frankly off the precinct altogether. Obviously that there's not a lot of ways around that building. I had to go through the basement, and I was actually appalled and shocked at the amount of people who were sitting in the accessible entrance going through security. These were stakeholders. These were people, these were Canadians that were coming for meetings. The fact that there was chaos at the front entrance of the building and PPS was still allowing stakeholders into the building and putting them through security, frankly and honestly, is just bananas to me. I don't understand it. I don't understand how with chaos erupting, it'd be a good idea to add more chaos, and this time with Canadians who might not necessarily be familiar with Parliament Hill, but are here to meet with MPs. I eventually got my children out and away from the building. I still had staff in the building, so I felt like I had an obligation to go back to my office. I then had another staff member from
See a point of order from the honourable member for New Westminster Brady.
Thank you very much, Madam, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the reality is, for question of privilege, it has to be concise. It has to deal with the question of privilege that has been raised. At the same time, members, if you believe it's a prima facie case of privilege, then have the opportunity to make speeches such as the member is making now, which is perfectly legitimate after a ruling. The ruling obviously won't come today because we will want to examine the record and respond. So I would ask you to keep the question of privilege to the privilege and not allow for speeches that are more properly the domain only after you have ruled.
I thank the honourable member for that intervention. I see the Deputy Whip of the Conservative.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regards to that point of order, a personal first-hand account is very much part of the information that the Speaker must hear. It isn't frivolous. It isn't repetition. The member is speaking about a personal experience that is unlike anybody else's experience. That member has the right, but not only the right, but the obligation to ensure that the details of her experience are detailed with regards to this matter. I think that my colleague in the NDP, if it was one of his members that had had this experience with their children, that he would be stopping at nothing to ensure that that voice was heard. So today, more than ever, I would hope that members of Parliament would allow my colleague with her, who has testimony about her experience with her children, to be heard today.
And we're getting all kinds of points of order again here. So I'm going to start with the Honourable Deputy House Leader, and then I'll go down.
Just for clarification, Mr. Speaker, are we talking about something that recently happened in a parliamentary building or the convoy protest a couple years ago? Because if it's the latter, then I certainly have something to add.
That's getting into debate. I also see the Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
I rise today to address the Sikh genocide. There have been consultation among the parties, and I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House acknowledge and recognize that the crimes committed against Sikhs within India in and following 1984 constitute a genocide.
I'm already hearing a number of no's. All right, so we'll go back to the question of privilege that's happening here. But again, I will. There's a lot going on here all of a sudden. That we just need to be concise in our report of the events, so that we can make a decision. Once we get to there, then of course the Speaker's office will work on whether this is a prima facie case or not. But we want to hear the facts, but we want to hear just the facts so that we can bring that information up. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Yes, I want to follow up on my colleague who just pointed out when we're bringing these points forward, they have to be clear and concise. They can't be used to stretch out as a filibuster. And everyone's personal experience and what happened to their aunt when they were visiting them and they feel their rights were impeded is not relevant to the question at hand. We have heard about the protest. We know a protest happened. Did that protest, was that undemocratic or was that democratic? Was that the rights of citizens? Was it not the rights of citizens? It's a fairly simple question. Whether people liked demonstrations or not and whether they felt that personally hurt because there was a demonstration is irrelevant to the question of privilege. And otherwise, we are descending into filibuster.
Anybody else on that? Okay, I'm going to allow the honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster to maybe get going and wrap it up.
Absolutely, Speaker. I think that our safety as parliamentarians, those that are in this place, and also our staff should be the utmost importance in this place. So I will continue. I had a staff member from another member of Parliament's office knock on my door and advise me that PPS is going to be removing protesters and I should keep my door locked because they are bringing them through my hallway. Why did PPS let members, staff in the building in the first place, given there was an occupation that they let in or that was going on and that they were not removing these people? Why did PPS not advise me and all the office staff and other members down our hallway of what their plan was? And why did PPS not remove the members of Parliament and staff that are down the hallway before they started removing these people who were illegally occupying Confederation Building, making it
Another point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
I don't want to raise questions about the judgment of my colleague, but that day we all received a special advisory.
Yep, I got
so
it.
maybe if they don't read a special advisory doesn't mean that they're privileged.
Okay, we're getting into debate. If the honourable member wants to add to the point of privilege, I'll allow him to speak after we've got the speakers list. I know the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby, will be up next on it. The honourable member Timmins James Bay.
The question, Speaker, this is new because saying that the PPS failed this member is a false claim when we received the app warning. So.
Okay. The honourable member for I'm going to let the honourable member for Timmins James Bay to finish up. Then I'll go back to the honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you, Speaker. Because it's an important thing that's being introduced here. It's a new element. But if someone doesn't read the warnings that we're being given, that doesn't mean that their rights were impeded. And so that's a false claim, as we all received regular updates on what was happening that day. So I think that, again, if they're attempting to bring in side issues to continue a filibuster, they can't bring in falsehoods about rights that they claim were impeded if they didn't bother to read the messages from PPS.
Okay, and again, like I said, if the honourable member wants to make a further representation when we get to the end of our speakers list, he's more than welcome to add his thoughts to it as well. The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you. And I think just in response to that, Mr. Speaker, the member for Timmins James Bay should be very careful on what he's saying. The timing that I came to the office was basically the time that we received the situational advisory. I had 2 children with me. There was no way for me to be able to be doing everything at once. So to be checking my email, walking with my kids, entering the building. So I would just ask not to be putting context that he doesn't know into what I am saying. So through my window where my office is, I could see that protesters were being removed from the Confederation Building, were not willingly being removed, and resisted their removal. So this was not peaceful. I know that there are people, staff members of Parliament who were physically here and who witnessed and remember the terrorist attack that happened in Centre Block in 2014. This incident that just happened this week is triggering for those who were here, who experienced that event, and not to mention that those who this was their first time feeling this unsafe in what was supposed to be a safe place. What was most uneasy to me about this is that Global News reported on November 12th, 2024, and their headline being, quote, "Teens accused of plotting to bomb pro-Israel rally on Parliament Hill." So with that information being fresh in my mind, the fact that I have a Jewish colleague whose office is near me, this is the environment we are in. The fact that anti-Semitism is violently on the rise in this country, this is the back.
Point of order. Point of order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Well, we do know that the protesters called themselves Jews Against Genocide. I find it very concerning that they're attempting to claim that because someone who is of a Jewish faith was in a building where there was a protest by people who call themselves Jews Against Genocide is somehow an anti-Semitic threat. This is really taking us down a dark path, Speaker. You have the obligation to hear whether it's credible or not. And
okay, we are getting it far. We are getting far into debate here. We are far too deep into debate on this one. So I will recognize the honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster, but I will ask her to wrap things up. So I know there's a few other people on the list that want to speak.
So this going on in the country, across the country, this is the backdrop I have in my mind and what's going through my mind and trying to figure out, is this safe or is this not safe? And this was described as a passive sit-in protest, which it was not. I heard the yelling, I heard the chanting, and I felt the intimidation. To have one of my children feel scared for his mom, asking if it's okay for her to stay in the building if I'm going to be safe at work because of what he witnessed. That's unacceptable for anybody in this country when they go to work. How was this not taken more seriously, given any one of those who were protesting could have had a different motive, could have had different intent? And again, I will ask the Speaker to read the article that I referred to earlier. This place, this institution must be safe and a peaceful place. This was not the case. And to hear in an intervention before me from the member of Thornhill that members of Parliament, specifically that the New Democrats joined in this occupation and then boasted about it, is absolutely disgusting. And I believe this is added evidence that the New Democrats are not only contributing...
Okay, we have another point of order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
well, now we're being accused of supporting intimidation when we just had a Conservative tell us that he'd be punching people in the mouth as he walked out.
Yes.
Speaker, you're allowing this to descend.
This is debate. This is debate.
Okay.
Bringing her
So
children.
we're getting into okay. We are descending far too deeply in debate. Like I said like the previous time, we have two people less. All right, I'm going to ask the honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster to finish up, because I know I have two other people that do want to speak to this as well. So please finish up, the honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. This is what I've been trying to do. I have literally 3 sentences left. So as I was saying, I believe this is added evidence that the New Democrats are not only contributing to the hostile work environment in the lobby, in the opposition lobby, and in the House of Commons, but among the...
Point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I hope you allow me to at least speak, because for us to be drawn into this as New Democrats, we had nothing to do with the protest. This is a spurious political...
Okay, I'm not here. I can't. Could you hold on a sec? Because I can't hear you. I can't hear you either. So I'm just going to ask the honourable members to quiet down just a little bit so they can hear the honourable member for Timmins James Bay. Timmins James Bay.
What's clear is this had nothing to do with her worry about her children. This was a spurious attack on New Democrats.
Yep.
We have nothing to do with a protest. They don't like the protest. They're using this filibuster to attack us. I ask you, Speaker, to reject it totally. This is not a credible point of order, privilege, because it's being targeted against MPs who weren't in the building, who weren't in the city, who had nothing to do with it. It is being targeted by the Conservatives because they are trying to draw us into a fight that we had nothing to do with. That is not privilege. That's an abuse of my rights as a parliamentarian. I'm asking you to shut this down.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will say I have heard enough from the honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster. I will go to the next person, which is...
Speaker, I have asked the Speaker.
And
like I said, I had 2 sentences left. That's all I have.
I've said that I've heard enough, and I can move on to the next speaker. I know, but I've said I've had enough. It's causing disorder in the House, so I have to move on to the next person.
But that's not fair because it's
The honourable member for I have another point of order from the honourable member for Miss. Oh. Okay, I'm going to stop for a second because I see a number of people standing on points of order. I see the honourable member for Grand Lake, Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, I think what's important here, and to the point of order across the way here, this was not passive. It was illegal. They targeted one of the members of Parliament. Some of those moronic thugs went right outside of her door and protested. They were in there illegally, nothing passive about it. These people, and you know what I heard? I heard they got arrested, more than 15 of them, and I heard they got banned for 5 years from the precinct. That's what happens when you commit something illegal. And the NDP helped them too.
Okay, another point of order, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a bit disturbing to me when you saw Conservatives cheering on the 3-week occupation in downtown Ottawa, the jeering and the threats of members of Parliament, and not a single Conservative member of Parliament ever raised that as a question of privilege. In fact, they tried to block questions of privilege coming from other members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, as you have ruled in the past, the member from Thornhill has raised frivolous questions of privilege. That is the ruling that you have made in the past. We will consult, of course, what was said, and we will come back on Monday on this issue. I don't believe it's prima facie a case at all, but I do want to give the member the benefit of the doubt that maybe she has changed from previous frivolous questions of privilege, and we will come back on Monday.
Go to Northumberland, Peterborough South, and I'll go back to James Bay.
I rise to defend the right of the member to finish off her statement. She said she had 2 more sentences. Boscan Gagnon is clear that privilege takes priority over nearly all matters. She was not repetitive. She was telling a story about her children. She was literally crying at points. My goodness, we have to decide, are we parliamentarians or are we humans?
Timmins James Bay on this last round.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Speaker, we saw the pattern. The member Miramichi just repeated it. He accused New Democrats of threatening and attacking people when we had nothing to do with this. So I asked you, Speaker, ask him to withdraw that comment because it was a false comment. We had nothing to do with this. He came in here to no, I'm speaking.
But this is getting into debate even beyond what the point of privilege is, the question of privilege is right now. This is getting beyond what the point of privilege is actually about. The point of order. The Honourable Deputy Whip for the Conservatives.
Thank you so much. With regards to the last comment that New Democrats somehow were not involved in this, there's obviously multiple news reporting with regards to not only members of Parliament but also staffers of the New Democratic Party. There's pictures as well, Mr. Speaker, which I'd like to the right to reserve to turn into this House so that the Speaker can review those documentations as well as the photos that were taken during that entire episode.
Okay, and last on my list, the Honourable Member Longueuil of Charlemont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not to take away from the current debate in front of us, but I would like to seek unanimous consent to table the OPQs today.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Nay. So. Okay, OPQs? We're good. All right. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
The member for
I can't hear.
Start from the beginning.
Battlefords. The Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster can wait just 1 second. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Because of the chaos caused by Conservatives, I didn't hear the member, and I did say no because of that, but I would appreciate if the member could repeat again, and I would...
Okay, we'll do that again. All those opposed, the Honourable Member will ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to seek unanimous consent to table the order question, please.
Yes. All OPQs. Okay, all those opposed, the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. Okay. The honourable member for Longueuil, Charlemagne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today: 3090, 3091, and 3093 to 3095. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 3092 and 3096 to 3098 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled in electronic format immediately.
Pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. Now, I see the honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington, and then hopefully I'll get back on track here.
On the same point of privilege, I want to add a first-hand testimony.
Sorry, the honourable member for. There's a lot going on here today. The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to suggest that all other questions be reserved.
So ordered. So ordered. Point of order. So Chatham-Kent-Leamington, I recognize the honourable member.
On the same point of privilege that we've been discussing, I too was trying to access my office that morning and was prevented access to the building by the Parliamentary Precinct Service. I was intending to go to my office to work to meet with stakeholders. I did make my way around to the back through the basement, and again, as previous interventions have outlined, a number of stakeholders were in the basement. And unfortunately, instead of talking about AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis with stakeholders that morning, we spoke about how our building was being taken over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, and I think now the two sentences of the honourable member for Lloydminster. Paddleford, Lloydminster.
So, Mr. Speaker, I will close with this. Security of all staff, members of Parliament, and those who are visiting this institution to see how our democracy works and to visit the heart of the nation must be taken seriously. And I ask the Speaker to look through the lens of those who are intimidated, traumatized, and scared for their safety, and that he also review the procedures that were used and put in place by PPS that day, address the flaws and gaps, and ensure occupations like this will never happen again on Parliament Hill and in the precinct.
Okay, thank the honourable member. Now, another set of points of order, I guess, that are going on. The honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, a few minutes back, member from Surrey Newton introduced a motion seeking unanimous consent, and I said no. I believe on the way out of this chamber, the member threatened that I will be yeffed up. So another member also aggressively accosted me in the lobby. I feel that as a member of parliament, I should be able to express my opinion, my views freely in the House, and I should not be felt threatened by any words or actions of my fellow members.
Thank the honourable member for bringing that forward. I guess we'll talk to the honourable member about the proper way to look into that particular issue. Also, we have the honourable member for Spadina Fort York on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising as on the matter of privilege raised by the member for Thornhill. Just like her, just like the member for Battleford's Lloydminster, as well as the member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington, my office is in the Confederation Building, and I'm rising in support of the case put forward by the member that privilege was indeed breached. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage you to consider the alarming report of 3 NDP MPs as witting abettors and accomplices to what was a clear breach of privilege and contempt of Parliament and our sacred traditions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, and the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on the same point of privilege raised by the member for Thornhill. The office of which Canadians have elected me to occupy is also in the Confederation Building, and on Tuesday, with the illegal protest that happened, which was assisted by 3 members of the NDP, where they targeted the Confederation Building because its ease of access outside of the fences of West Block and Centre Block made it an easy target, and therefore the NDP were complicit. I was unable to presume or to do the duties of members of Parliament that I had a meeting scheduled that day with the ambassador from Israel in my office to discuss the issues going on in the Middle East, and the ambassador canceled the meeting because his security team felt threatened by this.
See a point of order, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I get back to jurisprudence. I know Conservatives never consult even the standing orders. They just walk in. But if they actually reviewed the procedural Bible, and if the member reviewed the procedural Bible on page, in the debates 9374, this is a ruling from June 13th, 2012. The Speaker said at this point, in the case of a question of privilege, the floor is not the members. The Speaker has the right to terminate the discussion if the Speaker feels that relevant points to the question of privilege that have not been previously raised have been brought forward. That is
second. So
these are more properly your decision, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask you to uphold the jurisprudence, the traditions of this House, and bring an end to this repetition by Conservatives.
All right. We'll be able to get back to the privilege motion after I do this. So, it being 1:45, pursuant to Standing Order 81-16, it's my duty to put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Singh, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves that given that, 1, Canadians are facing an affordability crisis and need more than temporary relief. 2, the government's $250 working Canadian rebate would exclude many workers and other Canadians who need it the most. 3, the 2021 Conservative Party platform included a one-time GST holiday. La Chambre demande.
The House call on the government to A, permanently remove the GST from essential goods, including home heating, grocery meals, internet and mobile phone bills, diapers, and kids' clothes. B, expand the rebate to include all adults whose income is under the threshold and did not earn employment income in 2023, so that people like recent graduates trying to enter the workforce, retired seniors, people with disabilities, injured workers, workers on parental leave, and long-term sick leave, and others in need are included.
By putting in place an excess profit tax targeting the largest and most profitable corporations. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the NDP's plan for relief for so many Canadians, we would ask for a recorded vote.
The pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Monday, December 9th, 2024, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. And I'm just going to consult right for a second. Okay, just so we know that we're done with routine, orders of the day, and then I will go back to the member.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, resuming consideration of a privilege motion on the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly.
We'll go back to the hearing of the privilege question, and as I've said to all folks that have spoken, to try to bring new relevant information forward and try to be as concise as possible. The honourable member of South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is new information because it's about my experience this past Tuesday, which is new and additional information, in spite of the member from New Westminster Burnaby who chooses to take his orders for the Liberals, who wants to shut down the evidence that his party was complicit in preventing members of Parliament from doing their work who have their offices in the Confederation building. As I was saying, I had scheduled meetings that day, a very important meeting with the ambassador for Israel. I would think that members of Parliament would be concerned when a member of Parliament cannot have a meeting with the representative of another government because of an illegal protest that breached my ability to do my job. Now,
I'm seeing another point of order. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Again, Conservatives were unconcerned with a 3-week occupation that did just that, disrupted everybody.
Okay, we are getting back into debate. So I just want to make sure that there's a point of order. The honourable member New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, again, I would implore you to follow the judgments in the past, including in 2012, which allow you to determine that you've heard enough on the question of privilege and to allow those speeches, if indeed in the end you decide prima facie there is a question of privilege over the next few days, that then members can contribute their speeches at that time.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's. Like I said, let's just kind of do this quickly.
It does not surprise me that the member for New Westminster Burnaby is trying to prevent the statement of privilege with regard to a meeting with the ambassador of Israel about the conflict in the Middle East. That the NDP would be supportive in helping to organize the prevention of a member of parliament from doing their duties with a protest that happened out of...
Another point of order, new honourable member, New Westminster Burnaby.
A question of privilege, very clearly, Mr. Speaker, has to be on the facts. We have wild speculation and a whole bunch of frivolity brought in by the Conservatives. It is not a bona fide response to a question of privilege. I'd ask you again to cut off the member, and certainly the member has more scope when there is a speech if and when you rule on this, but currently this is not permissible and it doesn't correspond to our procedural Bible.
Member for Kildonan St. Paul, I think, is standing on the same point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to put a few words and facts on the record concerning the privilege motion put forward by the member for Thornhill.
I try to finish up with the honourable member of South Shore St. Margaret's. Then I'll go to Kildonan St. Paul, and I see another person standing up as well. And like I said, please keep it to new information as quickly as possible, because we really have heard a lot on this issue already. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
The NDP member suggested that my intervention and how I was prevented from doing my job is frivolous is a I need to be able to discuss.
I have the chair for that for a second. So the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More facts that have not been discussed regarding this privilege debate, and I will be brief. I will just wait my turn. Okay.
When someone stands on a point of order, they have the right to be heard.
And I suffer, and you take away my right to speak to the point of privilege as a result.
Are you challenging me, sir?
Yes.
Do you want to take? I mean, do you really want it? Like, I mean, let's try. I am not removing your responsibility here. There are points of order that are coming up. The honourable member New Westminster Burnaby is standing on points of order. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul is now standing on a point of order. The honourable member for, well, I understand the honourable member is not finished, but I'm also asking the member to get to the point, is what we're trying to do, rather than take an attack. So the attacks are happening from both sides, and it's not helpful to the debate that we're actually having in the chamber right now. So I will allow the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's to finish up if he wants to get to the points that he's trying to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I am not interrupted again, I can conclude my privilege intervention of how I was prevented from doing my duties as a member of Parliament by the illegal protests that happened. So when an ambassador from a foreign country can't come in the building for their safety, that is a major issue in the administration of our democratic duties and my ability to do my job. And the fact that these protesters were allowed to simply walk into this building with such ease and prevent business and target, specifically by the media reports, to prevent anyone from coming in and doing business with members of Parliament, indeed, in fact, preventing from members of Parliament from getting into their own office, is a breach of our privilege. And I would ask you to consider all the experience of members of Parliament who were subjected to that breach in the Confederation building on Tuesday morning, and I would also ask that you consider the NDP's role in preventing members of Parliament from doing their duties.
Thank you very much, sir. The Honourable Member of Kildonan St. Paul.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to be very brief. That is my objective in this, but I did want to put a few points on the record of this for your consideration when considering this privilege question, particularly from a public safety file. As you know, I am the official Shadow Minister for Public Safety, and the RCMP falls under my portfolio that I am accountable to hold the government accountable to. And so my concerns are regarding the protective policing program. And just to read a few words on the record of the government's own documents, that the RCMP's protective policing program is facing significant challenges meeting increased demand for their service, putting unsustainable pressure on the PPP program. And further, that the security and protection are increasing concern due to the significant increase in the number of threats against public figures. I did feel responsible to ensure the public safety aspect of this is put on the record, because we don't know who those individuals are. We do know who the NDP members are who are supporting them, but we don't know who the other members are. And the idea that walking into our offices, sir, that we would have individuals blocking our way, that we don't know who they are, and their purpose there was to block us from going into our offices. If we allow this to transpire, that this is allowed, that there could be these sit-ins in our offices, sir, I do believe it would raise considerable safety concerns, in particular, given the concerns raised by the government's own documents, the reason we have the protective policing program in the first place. And I will just add, I can't use props, but MPs are able to carry panic buttons for a reason.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Again, Mr. Speaker, this is not directly on the question of privilege and prima facie. This is involving other programs. Perfectly reasonable to bring up if and when you rule on this in speeches. It is not appropriate at this time when you've heard the question of privilege. Conservatives don't seem to understand the rules. You can imagine if they...
Okay, no, I will say to the Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul, I understand the information coming, but I just want to make sure that we're very concise and make it quick.
I'm not speaking quickly enough to the standard of the NDP member, but I will speak on this. I would say just that in your consideration, I do believe the Speaker should consult with the PPP program, the director of that program, for those considerations, because I do have grave concerns in this regard, sir, that it increases the public, or the threat, the access that individuals have, the idea that they can come do a sit-in right in our offices or right outside our offices and block us from going to work. I think if we allow this to happen with no consequences, this could be part of, so I ask that you consider consulting the RCMP on the threat analysis if this is allowed to be permitted, sir. So please ensure that's part of your consideration.
Thank the Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul. The Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to very briefly add some additional information in respect of the question of privilege raised by my colleague, the member for Thornhill. Specifically, the member for Thornhill cited 3 NDP MPs who were actively involved in this illegal anti-Israel protest, and I would add that there was a 4th member of the NDP who was involved.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Again, this is debate, Mr. Speaker. I say this with due respect. I do understand Conservatives don't read the standing orders. They haven't read the procedural Bible. They love to cause mayhem, but this is not directly...
I know I've got 2 people on my list now. I want to make sure that the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton finishes things up. And
the Honourable Member for Joliette also wants to speak to this.
Mr. Speaker, it is highly pertinent insofar as that there were NDP MPs who were actively involved in facilitating this illegal anti-Israel protest, and contrary to...
And I see for New Westminster Burnaby.
This is debate, Mr. Speaker.
And I'm tending to agree there. London of the Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a day at this House. I've never seen this, so I'll try. As you would note, there's unanimous consent to see the clock at 3 p.m.
Okay, je pense que...
I think the Honourable Member for Joliette is asking for unanimous consent to see the clock at 3 p.m. Everyone agrees?
To see the clock at 3 o'clock? See the clock at 3 o'clock. Agreed? It's agreed. Having reached the expiry of the time provided for today's debate, the House will resume consideration of the privilege motion at 11 a.m. on Monday, December 9, 2024. Pursuant to Standing Order 94, I wish to inform honourable members that private members' business will be suspended that day. It being 3 o'clock, the House stands adjourned until next Monday, 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.